Obviously, it is going to be pretty much non-stop. I mean, in between the two streams, I am going to have a look and see if it's worth doing an unseen video. I don't know that we will, because we're definitely doing one after Elimination Chamber. So I don't know that we'll do one after SmackDown, but honestly, we might end up doing one, right? We might end up doing one. I've already got a fair few bits anyway. Just bits from today, which could definitely go into an episode. So we'll have to wait and see. I'm still undecided as to what the best thing to do is once SmackDown ends. But either way, that'll end. 3 hours later, we will start our coverage of Elimination Chamber. So it's a marathon, not a sprint. So we've got a very long road ahead of us. So I think let's take it step by step, shall we? And let's start with what is going to be on SmackDown. So on SmackDown, we have got LA Knight going toe-to-toe with Drew McIntyre. We've got the Street Profits taking on Authors of Pain. We got Bron Breakker making his SmackDown debut. We got Pete Dunne and Tyler Bate taking on Dirty Dominic Mysterio and JD McDonough. And we've got Liv Morgan battling away with Tiffany Stratton. That should actually be a really fun match. Liv Morgan and Tiffany Stratton could actually be a really fun feud if they wanted to go down that road. There is word on the street that they are looking at Tiffany versus Bianca, and I don't quite know how I feel about that. I mean, it would be okay. I would be down for it, but I think I'd definitely be more into Bianca and Jade as like a team than Bianca having a singles match with Tiffany. That feels a little bit SmackDown to me. But there is word on the street that they might be looking to do that for WrestleMania. So, again, just rumor. There's certainly nothing concrete to that. It's just, you know what the streets are like. You know what the streets are like. They're just saying Bianca Tiffany looks like a direction they could be leaning. If we get it, it's not a problem, you know, it's absolutely fine. I know that I would prefer Bianca Jade being together. And a lot of people would like to see that match, but I think it might be a bit too soon for that match. It might be a bit too soon to do Jade and Bianca in a singles match. I don't know that Jade is quite ready for that kind of weight. I'm sure she would say that she is, but if we just give her that little bit longer, then we can do the match and it should be better. It should bang. It should be, you know, something really special. So I kind of see Jade as someone that has joined us quite limited. I think that she obviously has had many wrestling matches in AEW. I think she's got a lot of limitations. I think that they tried their best with her, but I'm not sure about the setup that they've got from a training perspective. So I just think that get her into WWE, get her into that PC, get her into that system, which we know just churns out stars. And just keep investing in her, keep building her, just keep working with her. It really doesn't bother me that we haven't really seen her get going yet. I just think that when she does get going, it should be something pretty special. So, yeah, exciting. I don't know what we do with her when we start the ball rolling with her. I really thought she was going to be part of this Elimination Chamber lineup, but obviously they've decided she's not quite ready. Gaming in real time, shout out to you, says hello from Australia. Sorry, not in Perth. Oh, boo. Oh, you're one of them bad Australians. You're one of those non-Perth Australians. You're one of those Australians that can't actually give us any inside information. Boo. Gaming in real time, shout out to you. Hope you are well. Hope you're excited all the same. I would imagine that being in Australia is quite exciting at the moment, because I would imagine that WWE is on the morning shows, on the radio shows. I would imagine that they've hit Australia quite hard. You know what they're like when they come to town. They make a bit of a splash. They're on the kid shows. They're doing, you know, bits and bobs, hosting the weather, doing whatever they can, holding koalas. So yeah, I hope still you're getting a lot of WWE goodness, my friends, and welcome all, welcome everybody. Yeah, I just saw someone mention Meltzer. Oh, it was James, and he did call him a prick, right? But I'm going to use that as a cue to just go into the news that WWE won I haven't actually seen all the awards because I'm going to be brutally honest, I don't care. Right? It doesn't really bother me. I think if you're going to be someone that's going to moan about like the Wrestling Observer Awards being biased, being like not reflective of the world, and how there's a button, all this kind of stuff, I don't think you can then celebrate when they give an award to the company you do like, right? So I am not keen on the Wrestling Observer Awards. I think that their readership is weighted a bit more to AEW, right? It's just what they enjoy, right? It's just what they enjoy. And I think that there have definitely been times where Wrestling Observer Awards have been harsh on WWE. So I'm not gonna paint a picture that I'm massively bothered by this, but what I am gonna do is tell you kind of that this is fairly big in the sense of I think it shows where we are now. Okay, I know I'm being a bit cryptic, but the news is, and I've got the thing here. Let me see if I can find it, put it on screen. Bang, bang, bang. Look at this. Look at this. Wrestling Observer Newsletter. Promotion of the Year. WWE. Now, the last time they won this award from Wrestling Observer Newsletter was the Attitude Era, right? You've got to go back to 1999 and the year 2000 since Wrestling Observer Newsletter. And I believe this is voted by the fans, right? This isn't Meltzer. So you can see, I think, the number of votes that were given. So this is, as I said, a readership which I think doesn't really care too much for WWE. I think that they acknowledge WWE, but they are a lot more interested in New Japan. They're a lot more interested in AEW. They're a lot more interested in like the other promotions. And actually, you can see that AEW was not that far behind. And I think we can agree, I would hope we can agree, that they've not had the strongest year. Even Tony is kind of admitting that 2023 was not their strongest year. Yet look how close they are still to WWE, who ended up winning it. But doesn't matter, because WWE did win the award, and this is the first time this has happened since the Attitude Era. I mean, that to me is a big deal, because this is wrestling fans that vote like in a newsletter. This is the hardcore of the hardcore, right? These are the people that watch AEW, WWE, New Japan, CMLL. You know, they watch all these promotions. They have not awarded WWE this award since the Attitude Era, and it just won it. So, you know, when we talk about how we're eating good, and we talk about how this is like a golden period, this is something tangible that you can hold on to here, that you can grab a hold of, to say that yes, WWE is cooking right now. Yes, there is something happening right now, because the last time this happened, what you're seeing on screen, was 24 years ago, right? So I think that's pretty special. I think that's something worth celebrating. And I haven't seen the other awards, to be honest. This is Wrestle Purists. Oh, hello. How many stars? Oh, my God. Will Ospreay against Michael Oku, Rev Pro, which we've spoke about in the Unseen videos. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stars. 6 stars from Wrestling Observer. I mean, look, I've not seen the full match, but people have gone mental for it. So, Oku versus Ospreay, 6 stars. Wow. Right, let's just quickly have a look at this, shall we? Wrestler of the Year, Will Ospreay. Right, Cody Rhodes at number 2, MJF at number 3, Roman Reigns at 4. So, Ospreay, Best Booker has been won by Triple H. So, Triple H, you know those graphics that go around saying that Tony is Best Booker, whatever? Well, this is the award that those graphics are based on. Triple H has won Best Booker for 2023. Again, the only thing I'm going to say is, if you don't think they got it right in the past and you've like moaned about it in the past, I don't think like you can really celebrate it now. So again, I'm not putting much stock into this. I'm just saying that the promotion one is notable. And actually, this is notable as well. Again, you know, this is Wrestling Observer. They don't give WWE awards, or their readership don't give WWE awards easily, right? So Triple H getting Best Booker is a big achievement for him, obviously. And WWE winning is a big achievement for them. Let's have a look. What else have we got? We've got Tag Team of the Year, FTR. They just beat out Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn, which, you know, I think that shows that the tag division is just not in a very good place. If Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn, who granted did main event WrestleMania and had a little run with the belt, but they're not a real team. You know, I mean, that should be, you know, where's the modern Road Warriors? You know, where's the modern Rock and Roll Express? Where's the modern Midnight Express? Where's the modern day Brainbusters? Where's, you know what I mean? Like, this should be full of just great teams. Where's the modern day British Bulldogs? The modern day Heart Foundation? Where's the modern day Demolition? Where's the modern day Steiner Brothers? So, that's probably not a great sign of where tag wrestling was in 2023. But FTR, who I just don't feel I saw much of in 2023. FTR picking up the victory in that one. Show of the year was Revolution. So, I gotta tell you, I looked at this card. I can't remember it. I'm 99.9% certain I watched it, but I cannot remember it. So Revolution won. I mean, I would have gone WrestleMania Night 1 personally, and that was in the running. It was 4th, but All In was just ahead of it. Forbidden Door was ahead of that, and Revolution was ahead of that. Nick Khan won Promoter of the Year ahead of Tony Khan and Dana White. You can see it's been such a strong year for WWE. Rhea Ripley, Women's Wrestling MVP. She beat out Julia and Athena, Tam Nakano, and Becky Lynch. But Rhea Ripley, absolutely country mile out in front. This is, you know, best weekly TV show, Dynamite, right? And it won by a landslide as well. 2,707 votes. Collision in second place. Smackdown in third. CMLL Super Verenas. Never heard of it. And NXT in fifth place. So make of that whatever you will. The winner of the Bryan Danielson Award is Bryan Danielson. So many congratulations to Bryan Danielson on winning that award. The best non-wrestler, Don Callis, just beat out Paul Heyman, who just beat out Prince Nana. And then also Renee Paquette is on there. RJ City is on there. So Don Callis getting it. I haven't really got no problem with that, to be honest. TV announcer, Excalibur, just winning it over Ian Riccoboni, Kevin Kelly, Nigel McGuinness, Chris Charlton. So Excalibur, make of that whatever you will. The most overrated. Sonada getting the vote for this one. Just 5 votes ahead of Roman Reigns, who was just ahead of CM Punk, who was just ahead of Tyrus, who was just MJF in the top 5 for most overrated. But Sonada winning that for New Japan. Most disgusting promotional tactic. So WWE enabling that Vince and him being back in power, TKO keeping him back in power. So the most disgusting moment of the year, obviously is not going to be the allegations or anything, because that's outside of wrestling. But it was the fact that TKO kept Vince around. They bought the company and they kept Vince around. So they're saying that was the most disgusting thing. WWE's continued relationship with Saudi Arabia. The NWA cocaine spots on the pay-per-view. And Power Slap continuing after Dana had slapped his wife is on that list as well. So we've got that. Worst gimmick. The Devil. The Devil is the worst gimmick. QTV is second. Tony Storm. Shut up. House of Torture. Don't even know who that is. And the Outcasts. So the Devil is the worst gimmick, apparently. How did Pretty Deadly not get... I would have thought Pretty Deadly would have got a mention, to be honest. Is that all of them? I don't know if that's all of them. Oh, yeah, there's the moment that Indy and Candice get told that they're going to be competing and having a match. And I think that's it. I think that's all of them. So there's some interesting stuff there, isn't there? Some interesting stuff. I think that, as I said, I don't put any stock in it. I think that is a fan base and a readership that have a certain lean. I think that if those results had come out and Tony had won and AEW had won, then I wouldn't cry about it, right? It wouldn't have bothered me, because we've seen that happen in previous years. So I think this year, WWE winning, I'm not going to make a big deal out of it. I'm not going to celebrate it. I'm not going to cheer about it or anything. It is what it is. But the one thing I would say is that it is interesting. It is interesting. It is worth just noting because, as we said, WWE winning promotion of the year, that hasn't happened since 1999 and 2000. A lot of years it's been won by New Japan in recent times. Obviously AEW in recent times. I think there's even a bit of TNA that might have got in there in the early days. But yeah, it's amazing. It just shows where we are. Well, we're not cooking. Triple H is cooking. It's not The Rock that's cooking. It's Triple H that's cooking. Long Beach Hippie, shout out to you, said, I'm going to collect wrestling figures. Am I right when I'm saying there was no Moondogs, Blue Meanie, Wendy Richter? There is a Wendy Richter. It depends who you're collecting. My Jack's knowledge is not great, so I can't tell you if there was. I don't think there was Moondogs with Jack's. There certainly isn't with Mattel. There's no Blue Meanie Mattel. But there is a Mattel Wendy Richter. And they also, I believe they did a small Wendy Richter going back to the 80s, the LJN. There is something Wendy Richter from LJN. But yeah, no Blue Meanie or Moondogs for Mattel. Jay said, are you going to do an all-nighter for the Chamber stream? Well, I kind of am, but my plan is to do a normal Smackdown stream now and talk to you guys about whatever you want to talk about. And then I've got this weird, few hours. It's not really worth starting the Chamber stream 7 hours before the Chamber starts. It's not really worth it because, everyone's going to be in beds, understandably. People in the UK will be in beds. People in America will be in beds. It's just going to be a very small collective of us. And so I'm looking at it thinking, does it make more sense to do an unseen video in that little period? Because there's just this awkward few hours. And I'm kind of thinking, well, if everyone's in bed, they're not going to watch that till they get up. And by the time they get up, Chamber will be on. And I'll need to do another unseen because we'll need all the reaction to the Chamber stuff. So I'm looking at that thinking, am I just making a video that does not need to be made? Am I making a video just for the sake of making a video? I might as well just wait until after the Chamber and get everything in that one video. I don't want to put out a 50-odd minute video that immediately gets outdated. A few hours later is pretty much void because there's bigger talking points. I'm sure there will be some big juicy stuff that's going to go down at Elimination Chamber, so I'm sort of torn. I don't know what to do. At the moment, we're going to end our stream as normal, and then I'm going to have a look and see what the landscape looks like. I'll have a look and see what's out there. If there is some stuff like nah, that's got to be, we need a video on this, then we'll do one. But if it's all just little bits, then I'll probably leave it and we'll just start work on the chamber stream. So the chamber stream is going to start at 6 a.m. UK time. That's 1 a.m. in America. And we will just go straight through. So we are going to be like 3 hours before the kickoff show. I mean, I probably could push it back, to be honest, but what's the point? I'm up, I'm awake, so I might as well just stream and talk and just, you know, have a chat with you guys. So yeah, we're starting that at 6. We're going to work our way through to the kickoff show. Then we're going to go through the whole event. As soon as it finishes, I'll obviously work on a unseen video. So there's so much coming onto the channel. It is a weird evening, but should be an exciting evening as well. Cynthia said, I know that R-Truth isn't in Judgment Day anymore, but do you think we will see him going during the tag titles as a distraction? Cynthia, shout out to you. I honestly think that we could be looking at him going after the belts himself at WrestleMania. There was a video that he put out earlier where he said he was made a mistake and he was in Austria. So he claims that he's in Austria, right? You couldn't tell where he was. It was just him making out he was in the back of a cab. And he claimed that he was in Austria and he didn't know where everyone was. Obviously, they're in Australia. So, I mean, of course, he might not be telling the truth there. But I don't know that he is in Australia. Like, and I'm not even just going off his little joke. I've not seen him at all. I've not seen him getting off a plane. I've not seen any pictures of him. I don't think he's traveled there. So I'm going to lean towards no, just based on that. But I think that there's a good chance that he'll find his way in a match for the tag titles at WrestleMania. So I'm sure he'll play a part in Judgment Day's downfall. Dork Knight said, Days, why don't you watch episodes of Neighbours, Home and Away, Sons and Daughters in between Smackdown and Elimination Chamber? Well, to be honest with you, I'll not be stuck with things to do because I have never-ending DMs that I have to try and catch up with and emails that I need to catch up with. I've got lots of, like, I feel like I'm very dialed in with streams, unseen, opinion videos, and so, you know, I mean, I've not even touched LOL videos, right? I haven't even touched them for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. There is like a lot of things that I can tweak and change and improve and just do little bits and bobs with, which I just never find the time to do. So I will, you know, a couple of hours, if anything, is going to be a gift for me to be able to work on a few things. So I'll not struggle to find things to do, but it's a bit weird, isn't it? It's just a bit weird that we end one stream and then literally a few hours later we start another. It's just a bit strange. I am enjoying those videos, said Dean. Keep up the work. Dean, thank you, my friend. Pleased you enjoy them. Yeah, I love making them. They do take quite a bit of time. I mean, they take almost an hour to film, but then they can take another hour to kind of fill out the. I always put timestamps in because I know there'll be things that people won't be bothered by, and I just sort of think, well, you can just jump to things you might find a bit more interesting, or you can scan through and go, yeah, I'm not bothered by that, not bothered by that. Oh, that looks okay. Boom, I'll go there. So I feel like the timestamps really help people. So, but they take ages to type out. I don't know if you've noticed, but it's a lot of text. So yeah, it takes about an hour to record. It takes about an hour to upload and do the description and share on Twitter and Facebook. And I would say it probably takes an easy, honestly, 4 hours to find all the stuff. I think that's easy, 4 hours. So I'd say those videos take about 6 hours to go from start to finish. I'd say they take about 6 hours. But I love them. I love them. I love finding the stuff, gathering it together. And there's nothing more exciting than someone tagging you in something that's really funny or is going to be entertaining or informative, and you just can't wait for people to see it. That's happened quite a few times now with the unseen videos, and I really want to pull some of those moments out and give them their own space, because I think there's some really fun, really fantastic stuff in those videos, which are an hour long, and I think people just haven't seen some of those moments, so I really want to pull them out and give them their own video. So that's something I could do with the 2 hours that I'm gonna get, is start to pull out. The one that I always think of is the lookalikes one. We did this reaction to lookalikes. I think it was Cynthia that might have tagged me in it, actually. And it was, games, they always have the halftime lookalike thing where they put a picture up of a celebrity and then they go to the crowd to find someone that looks like that celebrity. Well, they did a WWE version, and it's brilliant. It's brilliant. And I hadn't watched it. I'd only watched the first bit, just to see what it was about. So I'd only seen, the first one, but I hadn't watched the video, and so I watched it live on Unseen, and, oh, God, it was so funny. So good. So I want to pull that out, and there's been a few of those, actually. A few moments like that. So yeah, as much as you love watching them, I love making them. So definitely there will be one, and God only knows how long it's going to be after Elimination Chamber. You're going to have to bear with me though, because obviously I will have streamed for a long time, many hours. So trying to go back through all of them tweets and messages and things that you will have tagged me, it's going to take me so long to do that. It's going to take me ages. So I certainly wouldn't expect an episode to be up quick. It'll be up later on Saturday, right? So, but there will be one, and it should be a good one, considering it's going to be based on a pay-per-view, a premium live event. So there's been some good stuff this week as well. There's been, obviously the press conference that we did last night, and what with the superstars doing loads of media, it's given us loads of quotes and interviews and images, and I'm pretty sure Bianca Belair is still gripping a hold of that koala bear. There's been lots of stuff that we've seen, and I think what I'm really excited for is, what WrestleMania week's going to be like. I mean, if that's the press that they've done for Elimination Chamber, imagine all the stuff that's going to be going on in the build to WrestleMania. And I just think Unseen is going to just absolutely come into its own that week. I think that week, Unseen, it is just going to be fantastic, because it's just going to scoop everything up. It's really just going to scoop up all those little fun things that have happened throughout the day that you lot tag me in. I mean, it's down to you. It's just going to scoop all of that up. So I'm very excited for that. I'm very excited to see how long the videos are going to be. They might be 2 hours each day. I've got to work at 6 a.m, said Mason, but I will finish at 10. Will I miss the show? Well, it depends what country you're in. Because if you're in the UK, it doesn't start until 10 a.m. If you're in America, it starts at 5 a.m. So if you start work at 6, then yes, by the time you finish at 10, you will miss it. So it depends what country you're in. So Elimination Chamber starts 5 a.m. Eastern, which is 10 a.m. UK time. In the broken glass video, says Will, I saw a face that looks like Uncle Howdy's new version. Yeah, I've seen a few people saying about they might have seen a face in there. The image that I saw of it, I don't know. It doesn't look like it to me personally, but I would be happy to put it in. I'd be happy to, I think I might have seen a tweet, just someone mentioning it. I don't know. I don't know. Where have I seen that now? I feel like I have seen a picture and someone circling it, and I don't know why I've not put that in Unseen, to be honest. I remember looking at it thinking, oh, I'm not convinced. But to be honest, that wouldn't be enough for me to not put it in, because I like to put things like that in, and then you can make your own mind up, you know? Like the theory that there was a knife that had broken the glass. I'm not sure on that, right? I'm really not sure. We actually we looked at the video in the last Unseen where we went sort of frame by frame. I'm still not sure on it. But I put it in because, you know, my interpretation is going to be different to your interpretation. So I don't know. I feel like it's quite interesting as to what they're doing with this NXT thing. I think the fact it was a Japanese proverb still makes me think this person is going to be Japanese. What would it be in the Japanese proverb? And so Tama Tonga is still my front runner for it. But could it be Bo Dallas? I really don't know. I mean, I suppose it could. It could be Bo Dallas, but I don't think it would be Howdy. And I think if Howdy was coming back, I don't think they'd put him in NXT, to be honest. I think if it was going to be Bo, it would be Bo coming back to be Bo. I don't think they'd bring Howdy back and put him in NXT. So I don't know. You have to make your own mind up. If I can find a tweet of that shows the picture again, I'll try and include it in Unseen. PS3 Mason said, I am starting to buy figures. I have not had any since I was a kid. My parents gave me my old ones away when I moved. Where do you recommend I start? I'm looking for offers. Where do you live? I mean, if you live in the UK, then I would say try... Well, I mean, there is no magic place, right? Smiths obviously have got the biggest range, and they can do like some of the best deals because they buy in bulk. So, and they do sales. So Smiths is always going to be a great option. If you want some of the older figures, the harder to find figures, the stuff that Smiths won't carry, Wrestling Shop, I love those guys. You may be able to find them cheaper on eBay though, if you want to go down that road. But if you want like perfectly sealed, brand new, and you want the older stuff, I mean, I think they've got figures going back to like series 70 something, right? We're up to like series 108 now, so they've got like quite a range. I've been to their warehouse many times, so I'm sure many of you have seen how many figures they've got. So I love those guys. They've been big supporters of the channel. Smiths I would always recommend. You can go to a B&M and you can go to a Home Bargains, but you'll never know quite what you'll find. They're kind of those shops that just buy in bulk. They don't really care about what the figures are. They'll just buy a load of elites that are being sold off cheap, and then they'll just put them on the shelves. So, you know, if it's Miss Elizabeth, if it's Liv Morgan, if it's Roman Reigns, if it's Warlords, they won't care. They won't know. They'll just buy them in bulk, put them on their shelves, and let them sell through. So you never quite know what you're going to get from those guys, but it's never really the widest of ranges. And I mean, honestly, that's it. I mean, there's not really any magical like place. If you're in America, obviously Ringside Collectibles is always worth a look. And you know, in America, I think you've got a lot more independent toy shops. We do have some here, but not many, to be honest. Not many. And even if you go, they don't carry the biggest of WWE ranges. So it's a bit tricky. There's a lot of places that sell them, but they don't sell much of a range. They don't sell like many different figures. So yeah, eBay. I mean, that's where I've done a lot of my business. Anything I couldn't find off eBay, I've used Wrestling Shop, and new figures I've tended to get from Smiths, and that's kind of how I built my collection. So we want Evan Bourne, said Internet Menace. eBay are a bunch of scam artists, says James. You do have to be careful, but that's like with most things, isn't it? You do have to be careful. But I've had some real bargains on eBay. I mean, I managed to get the Rockers for, I think it was like £100 and some pounds. I think it was like £120, which is a lot of money, of course, but those figures are expensive. I mean, I felt like I got a pretty good deal. So I managed to get the rockers off eBay, and I think I got a fair few off eBay. Another one, I think it was like 20 quid for Undertaker Elite Series 1. But these aren't boxed. These are out of the packaging, but in mint condition. So I've got like Series 1 Undertaker, I've got the rockers, and I've picked up a few bits like that. You can get some really good deals. Sometimes people don't quite know what they're selling, you know. So you can get like things which should be double that price for that little bit cheaper, because someone's just basically selling their collection off, and they just aren't really bothered about how much the figures are really worth. They just want to get them gone, get a bit of money in, and so you can find the odd bargain that way. So I would definitely look on eBay. But it is true, you do have to be careful, because scammers are out and about. JB, shout out to you, said buy yourself a coffee or a Red Bull for the 6 a.m. chamber stream. Jay, thank you, my friend. That's very kind. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, like, for me, it's not going to be too bad, because I tend to, obviously, we do our SmackDown stream at this time anyway, and then we go through. And what I will do after SmackDown is work on an unseen video. I'll probably go to bed normally about 12 or 1, right? So for me, I'm up at my normal time. I would expect to be up till about 12 or 1. And I'm expecting Elimination Chamber to finish at about 2. So it's right in my wheelhouse, really. It's really not too bad for me. I suppose the bit that I'm going to struggle with is when I do finish the chamber at 2, then I obviously need to do an unseen video. I mean, we have to do an unseen video. You guys enjoy them. You know, people tell me they enjoy them. I enjoyed making them. And there's going to be so much stuff to talk about. But that, as I said, is going to be a long process, because we will have just done a 6-hour stream or whatever. Longer than that, maybe 7-8 hour chamber stream. So all that time, you are tagging me in things that I won't have seen. And so to go through all that is going to be a nightmare. But I don't want anyone to think, oh, I won't tag him or whatever. I get a lot of people saying that, actually. There's a few people who are like, oh, do you get fed up of me tagging you? Not even remotely. Not once have I ever got fed up with anybody tagging me and stuff. I'm so grateful that people are so engaged that they want to tag me and stuff, you know, like it is an honor, like that people would even take their time to tag me and stuff. So no, not even remotely. Tag away. Tag more. It's really not a problem. But yeah, I mean, also I'd say is don't, I suppose the one thing I worry about is don't take it personal if you don't make it into the video. Just know that there is a very healthy chance that what you've tagged me in, I've already been tagged in 20 odd times, right? I do get a lot of that where I get tagged in the same thing again and again and again. I think we all tend to use a lot of the same sources, you know, your wrestle purists or the wrestlers themselves, Fightful, you know, lots of different places that we Wrestle Talk or whatever. I think a lot of us see those same accounts. So as a result, I tend to get tagged quite a bit in those accounts, but it's no problem. I mean, there is the off chance that it could be missed. So, but yeah, I suppose my concern is that I don't want people to kind of get fed up that they're tagging me and stuff and never making the video. I need to find a way really of knowing, I've said before, I need to find a way of like keeping tabs a little bit better. I'm really bad at that. That is, you know, when we talk about unseen evolving, I feel like that would be a good thing for me to evolve, is how I record who has tagged me in stuff, so that I can sort of see that I've got a nice mixture of people. And then I will also then have a good idea that, well, I don't remember seeing that name this week, so I'll definitely use theirs, so I can sort of mix it up a little bit. So that is definitely an area that needs to evolve. So it's on my radar, just know. Support intern, shout out to you, says Days, my friend, how are you, my fine chap? I'm doing good, thank you, support intern. I hope that you are ready for what should be a very fun evening. Obviously we have a taped SmackDown coming up, so that is going to probably affect people tuning in. I would imagine these tape shows obviously don't do as well as the live shows. Also, the fact that we don't have like big names, there's no Rock, there's no Roman. I would imagine and also people might go, do you know what? I'm going to check the results for this. I'm going to sleep now, and then I'm going to get up for Elimination Chamber. There's probably people that are doing that as well. So I am fully prepared for this to be a bit quiet this evening. I'm fully prepared for this stream to not be maybe as lively as what it would normally be, because I think people are having to change their sleeping patterns, and I think we're seeing a little bit of chaos thanks to Elimination Chamber. But that's okay. I can deal with chaos. And so we are going to, as we said, just do what we always do. We're going to watch, we're going to enjoy. I do think that there's a chance there'll be some backstage segments that haven't been announced. With these tape shows, they've always got the ability to record something backstage, put it in backstage, and have it as a little surprise. And so these shows are always worth watching, in my opinion, because it's not just the results that matter. Obviously, storylines can be progressed in backstage interviews, sit-down interviews, backstage segments, those kind of segments away from the show as well, where we go to a club, or we're going off to see Queen Elizabeth in the clouds. There's lots of those kinds of things that we won't know about, won't have been spoiled, won't have been shown to the crowd. So definitely, in my opinion, these shows are still worth watching, even though results are out there. And then, as we said, we move on to our Elimination Chamber stream. I am quite looking forward, and I can't believe I'm going to say this, but I am looking forward to Liv versus Tiffany Stratton. I actually think that's a feud that could be very interesting. And I think part of the reason is because Liv has always, in my mind, I suppose, not been Tiffany Stratton. She's not really Tiffany Stratton. She's more of an earthy girl, right? I mean, she is someone that sells grass and stuff like that, and she's got a farm. So she's not really Tiffany Stratton. But it's kind of interesting, I think, putting Liv, who is still a bit of a girly girl, into a feud with Tiffany, who's very much the girly girl, that's a feud that I would be quite interested in. And certainly if we made Liv go extreme, if Liv was to start jumping off the top turnbuckle to Tiffany on a table, who was on the outside, or launch herself off metal scaffolding backstage, like she was doing when she was feuding with Sonya Deville. That could be kind of fun, actually. I feel like what Liv needs is a bit of a feud with someone to get her teeth into. I know that she's sort of feuding with Rhea, but the Rhea feud hasn't really got going. And I don't know if it's going to get going until after WrestleMania. But I think that, putting her in a little program with Tiffany, I'd be down for that. So I'm actually quite interested to see what their chemistry is like tonight. Quite interested to see how the match goes. Liv's going to be in the position where she's the leader. She is the main roster girl that's been on the main roster longer. And she's the one that's going to have to lead the dance, really. Because Tiffany is not going to, she's only just come up, so she's still finding her feet. I'd imagine she's still got those kind of nerves and whatever, whereas Liv's going to have to be the leader on this one. So it's a very interesting dynamic, I think. Very interesting dynamic. I've always seen Liv, I think, as the girl that's not quite ready. I'm just being honest. I've always seen her as the girl that's not quite ready. When she came up with Riot Squad, she was nowhere near ready. And I didn't quite understand why we'd brought her up. And then for years after that, we seemingly struggled. For years after that, it never quite worked. She finally got to the point where we thought we could give her a run with the title, and then Triple H botched it, absolutely ruined it for her. But now we're in a situation where, she's back up from injury. She is a bit older now than some of these girls that are coming through. She's got lots of experience. She's definitely improved. I mean, night and day, she's so much better than the girl that first arrived on the roster. And I think even she would say that. right? So it's no disrespect. We all improve and learn, right, and grow. So I'm only being honest in saying that when she came up, I didn't think she was ready. And I've always seen her as the girl that's like, is she ready? She's got the support, but is she ready? Is she ready to, like, carry a women's division? Is she good enough on the microphone? Is she good enough in the ring? She's got the look, but is she good enough? Can she do it? Can she carry, like, a belt and be a champion? And many people would say yes. Some people would say no. But I think her now having a match with Tiffany Stratton, I think it's going to be really interesting to see the chemistry, the dynamics, see, like, you know, if she does lead the dance, how confident is Liv? You know, is she, like, you know, taking charge? I'm really down for that match. I'm surprised, to be honest. Lance, shout out to you, said Days, you are the man. Any interest in AEW Revolution? Oh, I've got interest. I mean, I won't do it because my friend Tommy Toy Travels does AEW now, and so he will be covering that show, and that's a big one for him. You know, I mean, I sort of feel sorry for him because we have stopped doing AEW, and I think we've stopped just by chance at a time where I think the interest has decreased. I think that this year so far has not been good for AEW. I mean, there's just no buzz. I think MJF not being around has hurt them. And I think the Devil storyline ending has hurt them. And I don't know that they've replaced it with anything that is as captivating. You know, who's filled MJF's shoes since MJF's gone away? What storyline has got people talking that can follow on from the Devil storyline? I don't know that there's an answer to either of those. And I feel a bit sorry for Tommy, to be honest, because I think that we've stopped covering it and he's took over at a really bad time, at a time where they're going through a lull, right? And I think they've been going through a lull for a while, but I think they're now going through a lull of a lull, right? Because at least when we were last year, which wasn't a great year, at least we had MJF around, and at least we had the Devil storyline around, and at least there was, you know, the excitement of Wembley, right? First time Wembley, all them ticket sales, blah, 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 blah. I don't think there's been anything like that. But what I will say is I think it's coming, because obviously we've got big business. We got Mercedes on the way. We got Osprey on the way. We got potentially Okada on the way. So there's that, and then Revolution is going to be Sting's last match, and they've sold 13,000 tickets. So I look at Revolution as being a big show for them, right? Sting's last thing. I mean, do I have an interest in watching Sting's last match? Of course I do. Of course I do, right? Who wouldn't? Like, if you're a wrestling fan, of course you want to see Sting's last match. I don't like it, right? It's not a match that I would have booked, but to be honest, I don't think it's a match. I don't know that it's a match that Tony would have booked, but it's the match that Sting wanted, right? He could have chose whatever he wanted, and he wanted that. He wanted that match with the Young Bucks to be his last match. That's his choice, and that's fine, right? That he should be allowed to choose at that stage in his career. I don't have a problem with him choosing how he wants to go out, right? I don't think, you see, the problem is that Sting has been around so long that my usual answer goes out the window. My usual answer is that a legend should put over a young talent on their way out. That's my standard answer. Who should, like, you know, when Roman retires, who should he lose to? Or what should his last match be? Well, my answer would be he should put over a young talent. Roman should put over a young talent, and he should lose on his way out, right? That would be my standard answer for anyone leaving the business. But when you get to a certain age, when you are as old as what Ric Flair was, or you're as old as what Sting is, I don't know that a win over Sting in a one-on-one match really means much now. You know, if you're a young talent, and you're like, I don't know, Daniel Garcia, say. Danny Garcia goes up against Sting. Garcia wins. Does he get much from that win? Because we know that Sting is injured, limited, has been protected, has worked a lot of tag matches. I don't know that Garcia gets much from beating Sting in 2024 because Sting has gone on so much in his career and his body has deteriorated so much and injuries have built up. You do get to the point where a win over Sting in a one-on-one match, I don't know that it does much for you. I really don't know that it does much. So my answer sort of changes then to let them go out however they want to go out. If beating the Legend doesn't really mean much anymore because the Legend is a bit past it, and their body is a bit, broken, then I think the Legend should just choose how they want to go out. So I don't have a problem with Sting going out the way that he's going out. He's chosen it, and so fine. It's not what I would choose, but he's chosen it. But yeah, of course, last time seeing Sting wrestle, there's an interest there. I don't know the rest of the card, to be honest. So I can't really... Toni Storm against Deonna Purrazzo, I've heard. I'd watch that. I like Tony's gimmick. I like Toni Storm, and I like her gimmick. I think she's fun. I think she is entertaining. She's wacky. She's out there. She's a character. But she doesn't really... offend in the sense of it's not a load of nonsense. You could just say that mentally she's slipped, right? And she now thinks she's a 1950s Hollywood actress kind of a thing, So I like the gimmick. I think it's interesting, and I would watch her against Deonna Purrazzo. So yeah, I mean, that seems pretty good. The Sting's last match seems good. I don't know what Samoa Joe's doing. I think it was against Hangman and Swerve, but I think I read that Hangman's out. So if it's going to be Samoa Joe against Swerve, I mean, that's going to be interesting. I really like Swerve. So all of a sudden, if that is 3 matches, then all of a sudden that's 3 matches that look pretty good to me, to be honest. So... yeah, there's an interest, but I won't stream it. If I do decide to watch it, I'll just buy it and watch it and have Tommy on in the background. Watch it and hear what Tommy's saying and see what the chat is saying, But yeah, I think it's been a bad year for AEW, but I do think that the turnaround is on the way. Mercedes, Okada, Ospreay, Revolution, all coming up very, very soon. Big business. So we'll see if that gives them the momentum that they're looking for. And yeah, I wish them all the best. I've said before, I know we joke about Tony, and I know we joke about AEW, and I know we are we are WWE focused now, just solely dialed into WWE. But I genuinely don't wish AEW any bad will. I think that there is a place for other wrestling companies. WWE can't be the only wrestling company in the world. There is a place, there is a need for other wrestling companies. We want companies in Mexico, we want them in Japan, we want them in England, we don't want WWE as the only one. We do want other companies. I understand that in America, that's the biggest market, and so it makes people a bit nervous because you don't want to see WWE's market share suffer. You don't want to see AEW get so big that WWE start to financially suffer, right? And I think there's probably a little bit of that. There's probably a lot of WWE fans that are looking at AEW thinking if that catches fire, if that really gets going, we could see WWE struggle. It could be that 5 years down the road, AEW's on fire, WWE is crumbling. I don't want to lose WWE. Maybe some of the tribalism is that it might be subconscious, but it might be that there's a little bit of a fear that WWE might suffer. But there's no sign of that happening right now. As the WWE is killing it at the moment, and actually, you could even make the argument that they're killing it because they have an enemy, and that enemy is AEW. History shows us that whenever WWE have got a promotion to rival against, like WCW, like TNA, right? Like the territories, if ever there's a promotion for them to go up against, it always brings the best out in WWE. It always brings the best out. I understand that Vince leaving is going to have played a massive part this time around as well, but I wouldn't overlook the fact that AEW, I think, has made everyone in WWE step up their game. You know, all of a sudden now they are focused on AEW and making sure that the product is, you know, better, basically, and that they can make more money and they can outmaneuver them. Like, there is a little war that's going on, not just on social media, but certainly between the two companies in real life as well. And I think it just brings out the best in WWE. I don't think it's brought out the best in AEW, though. I don't think it's brought out their best side. But it's brought out the best in WWE, so I don't wish AEW any harm. I think it's good for WWE that they're actually around. It seems to bring the best out in them. And also, there's a lot of great wrestlers that, you know, wouldn't get a payday. Don't forget, a lot of the wrestlers that AEW have, they're wrestlers that WWE fired. Budget cuts, yeah? Budget cuts. And, you know, there was a company there to pick them up. And, you know, there's a lot of people that I think we've got a lot of time for. There's a lot of people that we respect. There's a lot of people that we want to see succeed. And if it wasn't for AEW, they wouldn't have anywhere to work. So there's lots of reasons to like AEW. There's lots of reasons to not want to see them go out of business. But yeah, I wish them all the best. It's just that we don't cover it. And I really don't miss it. And I don't mean that in a nasty way. It's just, for me, the joy of the unseen videos being so well received and wanting to make those, I'm so much more positive and excited about that than I am about streaming AEW. You know, streaming AEW last year at time was a bit of a chore because there was more about the show I didn't like than I did like. Whereas now I don't have to do that. I don't have to watch a show where I'll only find a few things that I'm enjoying. I don't need to do that anymore. Now I can just do stuff I love. And that is talking about what's going on in wrestling, showing you some of the funny stuff that you've tagged me in. I just enjoy that so much more. So for me personally, I'm a lot happier. I think we're in a really good place with the channel. I think the channel is in a better place as well. So it's all worked out really well. I just hope it works for Tommy because he has picked that up at a time where I think it's probably at one of its lowest points. And so I really hope it kicks off, and I hope it kicks off for him, and I hope his watch-alongs, like, you know, continue to get more and more people joining him because I know he enjoys doing them. And I know that the AEW product is a bit stagnant at the moment, but I think it's going to get good soon. So I hope everyone wins. I want everyone to win. I don't want any losers. So Lance, good question, my friend. I hope that answers it. Johnny said, I'm going to be here with you days to watch. And Sunny, when you refresh. Yeah, well, actually, we need to mention Sunny. So Sunny Wolf is the next inductee into the Community Hall of Fame. So many congratulations to her, right? Absolutely fantastic. I did say that I put the poll up on the channel and I said whoever was the winner by the time we get to the NXT stream on Tuesday, that is the person that will be deemed the winner. And I don't know where the poll is now. It's irrelevant. We gave the deadline and Sunny was the winner. And comfortably as well. It wasn't even close. Like, you know, she was like super close last month as well. I mean, Sunny was going in. It was just when was it going to happen, to be honest. So in a way, I'm pleased that she's gone in this time because now I think it makes it more interesting because I feel like she was always going in. She's such a big personality in the community that I think that she was always going in. It was just when. So many congratulations to Sunny. She did send me an acceptance video, which I will put out on the community tab. So James Chadwick, went in with Jennifer Palmer last month for January. Again, many congratulations to him. His acceptance video is on the channel. You can watch that. It's on the community tab. And Sunny's will go up for February on, I think, Sunday. I think I decided I would do it Sunday. I thought, let's get Elimination Chamber out the way, and then we'll put hers up on Sunday. So she is the entry for February. So many congratulations to her. So in a few weeks' time, 2-3 weeks' time, we will start the process again to find who goes in to the Community Hall of Fame for March. And it can be anyone. It can be anyone. The members on the channel are the ones that vote. Then I take the 5 people with the most votes, put them in a poll, and then you lot vote on it. That poll goes out to everyone, and you lot vote on it. And that's how we do it. And we do that every month. So, yeah, so far we've got Jennifer Palmer, who was a massive, massive supporter of the channel, sadly passed away a few years ago. And she was like a member. She was always getting involved. It's absolutely right that she was like the first to go in. I don't think anyone would disagree with that. And then James. I mean, James is the official entry for January, and Sunny the official entry for February. And as we said, in a few weeks' time, we'll sort out the next one for March. So a big, big thank you to everyone that took part in that, and congratulations to our very own Sunny Wolf. Right, Alchemouts said it's always sunny in the Wrestling Days community. It's a new spin-off show that's coming, yes. Johnny said, I'm very sorry to hear that. Yeah, it was a real shock, actually, when Jennifer passed. What was lovely is that the community actually, I think it was on Discord, we got together for her funeral, and we actually watched her funeral. It's strange. I didn't know that places did this, but for people that can't attend a funeral, certain places will kind of stream the service, so you can like see it's just one camera in the corner of the room, right? But you can see the service basically. And so we were able to find her service, and some of us in the community met up on Discords, and we paid our respects. So that was a lovely memory, I suppose, that I've got of the community kind of standing by one of our own, so that was lovely. That was a few years ago now, but never forgotten, of course, and absolutely right that she is on that. We've got a little graphic that shows the people that have gone in, and absolutely right that she's on there. So nothing but love and positivity, man. How it should be, how it should be. PSG Mason said, I'm from the King's... Oh, that's right. I remember. Someone is selling a load of figures on Facebook Marketplace, 30-50 quid, but I'm not sure what they're worth. Hard to say, to be honest, because my guess is they're probably worth 30-50 quid. I think that because of eBay, I mean, it's very easy now to type in the figure into eBay and just see what things are selling for. So unless it's someone getting rid of a job lot and they just want to get rid of them, maybe it's like kids have moved out and they're like, some parents are just selling off figures or something. Like it can happen, but it's probably that they are just old, a bit beaten up. They can't be bothered to kind of sort through them. Maybe there's the odd gem in there, but I've seen a lot of job lots where you look at them and go, yeah, it's probably about the right price, to be honest. So, but it could be. I mean, it's one of those. What I would say is have a look, see if you can identify any of the figures, and just ping them into eBay and just see what they are selling for. I mean, Mattel Elite figures, if they're Mattel, can get a nice price, to be honest, depending on who it is. But then if you've got some old Jax figures, I mean, Jax don't tend to do very well because everyone collects the Mattel figures now. There's not really a vibrant Jax collecting community. I think there is a Jax collecting community, but it's just not as strong. So, yeah, there's... my guess would be that a lot of them will probably be Jax figures. And I would just say, see if you can identify anyone. See if you can find it. You'll then find if it's Jax or Mattel who makes it. And you'll start to see like what they're selling for. My guess would be that it's probably going to be around about that price. It's very unusual to find a job lot where you've got some gems hidden in there. That's obviously unusual. And I think there'd be plenty of people that would know as well. So even if there was a job lot of that had some gems in, I think there'd be some people out there that would find it. So not only has that got to happen, but you've also got to be one of the first to find them as well. So it can be quite rare for that to happen. But to be honest with you, I really don't think that should be a motivator for collecting. I mean, it can be. Investing your money into figures to one day sell them, I don't think is a bad idea, because you can make some money with figures. I mean, if you keep things in boxes and pristine and get them in protectors and whatever, they should at the very least hold their value. And with many of them, if they're rare, like if they're limited, should go up, right? There's plenty that have gone up, loads that have gone up in value. You can easily 3x, 4x your money, right, on certain lines. I would say the Walmart exclusives, the Target exclusives, anything that's an exclusive that's going to be a limited run, you stand a good chance of that going up in value, right? The ones that are everywhere, the ones that all the shops get, they might go up in value eventually, but I would say that's also a bit hit and miss. But yeah, if you've got some that are like, you know, Legends figures, Hall of Fame figures, those kinds of things, you should see some increase in those. You should see some increase. So yeah, I think depends what you want to collect for, to be honest. Depends if you want to collect, so you just want to get the collection and you just want to get a collection, or if you want to see it as a bit of an investment. That's actually a really good point that you've just made. I think you do need to decide when you start what you want to do. I made the mistake of having a very clear idea of what I wanted to do, and then I abandoned it. And that was my mistake, because when I first started, I actually didn't want all the figures, right? It wasn't a problem to get them, but that was not my motivation. I wanted the belts. I saw Grimm's toy show, and I saw how amazing the Mattel belts were. And I'm a belt guy. I love the belts, right? And the Mattel belts are basically the smallest version of the belts you can get, and they are so detailed. They are so good. Like, they really are impressive. Little winged eagle belt looks like the winged eagle. The little big gold looks like the big gold. Like, the belts look just like the belts, but in little tiny form. And, you know, a figure's like, what, £20? So if you want a winged eagle and a figure, 20 quid. So you can have that one. And then you can get a spinner with John Cena. And then you can get a hardcore belt with, I don't know, Mick Foley. Then you can get whatever. You know what I mean? Then you could have a collection of figures with championship belts, and you could collect all the different championship belts. That was my motivation. But the problem is, once you start, you see a Rowdy Roddy Piper that doesn't have a belt. Or you'll see a Macho Man that doesn't have a belt. Or you'll see a Warrior that doesn't have a belt. But how are you turning them down, right? How are you going to say no to Jake the Snake Roberts? How are you going to say no to Rowdy Roddy Piper? You're not. And then all of a sudden, before you know it, you're just getting everything that's coming out. Honestly, it is such a slippery road. I went from being very clear what I wanted to then just going, I'm buying everything. I've got into the situation where I'm now buying everything. I'm buying like exclusive figures. I'm getting stuff shipped in from America, and it's like, this is mental. This has got out of control. But I love them. I love the figures. It was a pleasure to be collecting them. But since the pandemic, I have massively scaled back. I now only get the odd bit here and there. The pandemic probably was good for me, actually, because I don't buy figures unless I toy hunt them, because the toy hunts have been so successful for the channel. Buying them online would just feel a bit like I'm missing out a step, you know. I enjoyed the whole process of going to the shop, doing the toy hunt, all that stuff, and the toy hunts were massive for the channel. Channel wouldn't be where it was if it wasn't for the toy hunts. So to just buy them on Amazon and have them delivered was just not I wasn't getting the same enjoyment from that. So the pandemic, where I couldn't go to the shops, changed everything for me. So I think that kind of broke me out of the habit. So I'm in a much better place now. So I would say try and decide what you want to collect before you start and try to stick with it. Otherwise, you might just end up in the situation where you're collecting everything. And I got to tell you, man, financially, that will kill you. It will kill you. It is so expensive. Figures are so expensive. Right, let's go and get a few wrestling questions. We got 50 minutes until SmackDown begins. So Al said, Days, if you're going to use the Aussie background later, you should be wearing a Rhea Ripley shirt. Do you know what? I think I do have a Rhea Ripley shirt. I will try and find the Rhea Ripley shirt. I can't guarantee that I'll find it because I actually don't know where it is. But I am fairly confident that I do have one. I think it said something like, this is your brutality. And I have wore it before, but I have not seen it for the longest time. So I will look for that. Ethan said, did you take inspiration from Grimm's Toy Show? Oh, massively. Massively. I took inspiration in many different ways. I think I used to, when I was, to be honest, I didn't watch YouTube that much. Going back about 10, 11 years ago, I didn't really watch YouTube. It wasn't part of my viewing. I was, I don't know, just at work and watching wrestling, and I was on social media, but I wasn't really following any wrestling accounts. I was just talking with my friends. And I think, I don't know if it's changed now, but about 10, 11 years ago, it was very easy to avoid online wrestling stuff. I didn't have a Twitter. I wasn't on Twitter. I was on Facebook, and that was it. I was on Facebook. The only people I followed were my friends. A lot of my friends don't care about wrestling, so we never really talked wrestling, or wrestling never came up in my feed. It was just something I did myself, where I watched it, enjoyed it, and went to work, and that was it. So going back 10, 11 years, it was real easy to not really engage in any wrestling content. And I remember going on YouTube, and there was a guy that was, I think he's still around. He was called Bruce Blitz. I think he was maybe the first person I saw that was doing wrestling content. And he was basically the JD from New York of his day, in the sense of he would review the shows, and it was always a rant. He was always going off, right? It was always, his hatred for John Cena was biblical, right? I used to watch him just because, and I think probably a lot of people watch JD this way. I used to watch him really just because if something happened with John Cena on the show, where Cena had another title opportunity or something, you knew that Bruce Blitz was gonna rant, was gonna go off, right? And I remember watching the show, and as soon as Cena would get an opportunity or would return or something, you'd be like, oh man, Bruce is going to kick off on this. And you'd be like, that's going to be a fun rant, man. That's going to be a fun rant. And so I would tune in, and he would always deliver a rant, right? He would always go off whatever. It was fine. It was entertaining. I was entertained. It was, was what it was. And then I found Grimm's Toy Show, and I think it was probably a recommendation. And that's when I saw where the Mattel figures were now, because I hadn't really paid them any attention. Jack's didn't do it for me. I thought Jack's figures were, by and large, not accurate enough. And certainly the belts were horrible. Didn't rate the belts for Jack's. But I saw Grimm's collection, and the belts were perfect. They were everything I would want. And I was like, wow, that blew me away. And so it was because of seeing that I started collecting the figures. I was into the wrestling anyway. I'd been into wrestling since the early 90s. But the figures I'd kind of not been involved with through the Jax period. And I'd not seen what Mattel were doing. And so, yeah, that was a big turning point. So I would say without Grimm's Toy Show, you wouldn't have any of the Wrestling Days toy hunts. You wouldn't have any of the Wrestling Days figure stuff. It was because of what I'd seen on Grimm's channel that resulted in all of that. The other thing that Grimm did as well is that his toy hunts and his personality was very loud and out there. And I mean, he was like swearing, and he was, I suppose, in a way being a bit derogatory to the wrestlers. I don't mean that as an insult. It was just like, you know, he was talking about if they were fat, and he was like really like going off on the wrestlers, if you will. But he was doing it because he was trying to find comedy. He was trying to find anything he could. I think he might look back on it. I don't know if he would look back on it now with regret. I don't know. But at the time, I remember watching him, and he would be like, oh, here's Fatty Bum Bum or whatever, and it'd be some, like, you know, big wrestler, fat wrestler. And he was like, you know, he'd make fun of him. I remember watching that, and I was like, man, he's really going in on these wrestlers. But people were loving it in the comments. They were, like, laughing, and, like, it was a joke. It was never meant to be anything that was, like, to offend. But I knew that I didn't want to do that. And I wasn't really motivated to do that. But what it did allow me to do was know that there was someone out there that was really pushing boundaries, pushing buttons, being a bit controversial. And, you know, again, you got to remember, go back 10 years or so, the world was a different place. Yeah. I mean, to my knowledge, he's not doing that content now. But go back 10 years ago, it was a very different place, right? Very different place. I think as time has gone by over the 10 years, people have got a bit more, not sensitive, but I think the world has kind of softened a bit. You know, we've kind of learnt to respect each other a little bit more. Like, there's a bit more of an understanding there, and you can't quite do or say the things that maybe you could have 10, 15, 20 years ago. Certainly not 20 years ago. And that's with every form of entertainment, you know. But because he was doing that, and he was being controversial, and he was pushing boundaries, and he was being that character, it allowed me to feel confident that I could also kind of explore injecting a bit of personality. You know, easily Toy Hunts could have been, hey guys, here we are in the shops. Look at this. This is the latest figure. Over here, look, we've got this. That's a really good looking Seth Rollins. Over there, look, we've got Roman Reigns. This comes with that is how I would have done them. And actually, I think the early ones are that way. If you go back to the very first Toy Hunts on the channel, I think they are here's Roman Reigns. He's got a World Heavyweight Championship. Over here, is that a new? I think that's the new Basic 86. We've got Basic 86. That is, oh, is that Trish? I think that's the new Trish figure. Do you know what I mean? I mean, it's pretty. I sound like a flipping librarian. And that's because you're not really putting any personality into it. You're just literally saying, look at this. This is such and such. Here's some information. Look at this. Here's some such and blah, 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 blah. But because Grimm was going so far and so extreme with what he was doing, it gave me license to put a bit of my personality into it as well. And so I had a bit of a more freedom to explore that. And Tommy was doing something similar. So massive inspiration. Yeah, massive. And without them, there wouldn't be... I don't know where the channel would be. I really don't. I don't know if we'd be here right now. Because if it weren't for the Toy Hunts, we wouldn't have built the community we built. So, but yeah, again, I don't want any of that to come across as a knock of Grimm. Not at all. I absolutely have nothing but the utmost respect for him. I think I'm trying to word it in a way that explains it, and I don't know if I explained it right. He was pushing boundaries. He was shocking a little bit. He was... towing that controversial line, I would say. Maybe there was times where it overstepped it for some people, but for many people he didn't. And he had a massive, and still does, had a massive fan base. People loved him. He was the absolute front runner when it came to wrestling figures. But him doing that allowed me to have confidence that I could put my personality into the videos as well. So yeah, a massive inspiration. I've got nothing but respect for Grimm. Absolutely nothing but respect. And I've told the story before as well, if you want to just an insight into the man, right? I went to Florida in 2018 and he was in Florida in 2018, and out of the blue, I don't even know how, he got in touch with me to like a DM to say, are you going to be at the Performance Center? Because 2K 2019 is coming out and we are testing the game. And he was in Florida for that reason. He'd flown in because he was going to the Performance Center to play the game with some NXT stars to promote it on his channel. Now, I don't do gaming. And so 2K hadn't reached out to me, and that's fine, right? Because I don't do gaming, so why would they? So I was like, no, sadly not. I'm just on holiday, basically. I'm doing toy hunts. And he was like, oh, it would have been so cool if we could have caught up and all of this. I mean, I hadn't even reached 100,000 at that point. I was on like, I don't know, 90,000 subs or whatever. He was like 800,000 subs. I mean, it just, even the fact he knew I existed was mind-blowing to me. But for him to drop me a DM like that and be like, oh, it would have been so cool to have caught up and everything, was like, oh man. I mean, that to me is a real insight into the guy, like a real genuine, really nice guy that I've just got the utmost respect for. So I definitely hope nothing I've said gets twisted, right? I've got nothing but respect for him. PS3 Mason said, I hope that Drew wins the chamber. The work he has put in the last 2 or 3 months has been fantastic in his motives. Oh, hello. Little bit of a wobble. I think we're back. Yeah, I agree with you. I think Drew has been fantastic. I think Drew's in a really good position. I think he wins the chamber. Obviously, there was that rumor that from Wrestling Observer that the winner of the chamber could challenge Seth at Elimination Chamber. I don't know where we are with that. I've been very clear that I'm going to keep an eye on that, but I'm not necessarily expecting that. And the reason why I say that is because we are literally going off that one source. Literally that one thing is the only thing I'm going off. And that now is about 2 weeks old. And no one else has spoke about it. Not to my knowledge, I haven't seen anyone else talking about it, that the winner of the chamber could challenge Seth at Elimination Chamber. But it was out there. I mean, I've got the link, I've got the document, I've put it in videos. Like, I have definitely seen it, I've read it. It's come from a good source. It's come from Wrestling Observer. But plans change as well. So I don't know, man. It's I feel like he's in the mix. I feel like he's going to win the chamber. I feel like he's going to face Seth. I don't know when it happens, but I suppose the question has to become, will he win the belt if he does? You know, if he faces Seth at WrestleMania, does he win the title? Or even if he faces him at Chamber, does he win the title? I think the answer to that is yes. I think the answer is yes. I think he's been so good. I don't really know what else he needs to do in order to be in a position to become champion. What else can he do? I feel like he's done everything he can do. He's killing it on social media. His character is so interesting. I think he's done everything he can do. So I really, really rate what Drew has done. I think he's leveled up. And don't forget, he's tried and failed with Seth already. Didn't he have a shot on like day one, Raw? And he tried to win and he failed. He fell short. So, I mean, he's tried, he's failed, he's coming back again. Surely he doesn't fail again. Surely he doesn't fail again. I think he wins. I think he gets that belt. I think he should. I think he's earned it. So, I agree. This kind of him telling his truth, which you can see his perspective, but you can also see an alternative perspective as well. So you can see where he's coming from, but maybe where he's coming from is not in line with kind of how we view things. Like, his hatred for Jay is clearly not shared by the WWE universe, but you can see where he's coming from. I agree. It's a very interesting perspective. Lee said, who is the Grim that you speak of? Oh, Grim's Toy Show. He's one of the biggest wrestling YouTubers, and really, I think he's got 3 channels. I mean, he had a channel that was dedicated to video games. He had a channel that was just full of vlogs for his family. He had loads of figure videos. I mean, toy hunts, figure reviews, all that kind of stuff. And he's been around since, God only knows. I don't even know when his first video was. But certainly you can go back 10 years. I know that much. And now he does his own wrestling, doesn't he? GTS wrestling. He's got his own like backyard wrestling thing. And actually, MJF and Chris Statlander and Priscilla Kelly, now known as Gigi Dolan, Christian, have all been on his show. I know. Amazing, isn't it? Amazing. So, I mean, when they were, not Christian, but when they were, certainly MJF when he was coming through. Same with like Priscilla Kelly. Thunder Rosa has been on his show as well. So, yeah, I mean, it's a pretty big deal, man. It's a pretty big deal. Carl said, the Black Sabbath Eve, I am eating some steak sandwiches. Oh, hello. Every Friday, don't call the loco priest on me. Carl, shout out to you. I don't know what you mean by Black Sabbath Eve. Is it Black Sabbath tomorrow or something? But steak sandwiches sound lovely. Hey, you're living the high life. Days, what is your schedule for tonight? I am debating whether I should sleep or stay up. It's weird timing. Yeah. Well, my schedule is pretty normal, to be honest. So I'm doing Smackdown, as I always do, and I will end when I always end, when Smackdown ends. And then I've got about 3 hours of I don't know what, but 3 hours I will never struggle to fill, to be honest. I've got so much that I could do. I really want to, do you know something I want to do? I want to sort of change the layout of the live streams a little bit. I sort of like them, but I went on to another channel the other day. It was a Man United channel, and they were doing something that I thought was a really good idea, and that is that they had a little screen and it just was showing like some of the other things that are coming up on the channel. Like, you know, join us Friday for Smackdown. Join us Saturday for the Elimination Chamber stream. And it was just this rolling, like, graphics. I mean, easy to make. I mean, you know, I make thumbnails all the time, so you just make a graphic. And it just, like, had bits of information, which were just, like, scrolling through. And I was like, damn, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. And it was quite interesting to look at as well. Like, there was something happening on the stream, like something was moving. And I was like, visually, that looks good. Information-wise, for getting information across, it's good. Like, I was really impressed with it. So I was like, man, we should look to do something like that. I don't know the information I'd put on it, but, you know, we do like letting people know that we'll be streaming a limit, because I know that the vast majority of you, 99% of you, join us on a regular basis, and I appreciate that, my friends. But there is obviously some new people that join us every single stream. Every stream we do, there's going to be at least one person out there that has never joined us before. And I just sort of think it's a great way of getting information out to like new people. And I don't know, maybe you could make announcements in there, like how, you know, Sonny has been fortunate to secure your votes and win the honor of being the Hall of Fame inductee. You know, could that get included in such a thing in the future? So I was kind of looking at that. So I've got little bits like that on my brain, and maybe re-editing some of the LOL videos so that I can actually upload them, because there's 13 ready to go that have not been uploaded yet. I've got bits like that. So as soon as SmackDown ends, I've got 3 hours, and then at 6 a.m. UK time, 3 a.m. Eastern time, we will be live with our Elimination Chamber coverage. So obviously we're going to start early. We always start early. Maybe I don't do an unseen, and the bits that would be unseen we just chuck into the start of the Elimination Chamber stream. Maybe that makes a bit more sense, because to be honest, if I do a separate unseen video, then I'm just really worried it's just going to get out of date. I'm just really worried that it'll sit on the channel, it'll get a few views, but by the time people wake up in the morning, it'll be out of date, and there'll actually maybe even be another unseen video on the channel, because I will do one after Elimination Chamber, and that clearly is going to be the more important one. So yeah, I'm a bit torn as to what to do myself, but there is a 3-hour period there where SmackDown ends and Elimination Chamber stream starts. And I was thinking, like, should I just go straight into the stream? But that seems a bit silly, doesn't it? Because that is 7 hours before Elimination Chamber even starting a stream 7 hours before Elimination Chamber even starts. I mean, if it was WrestleMania, maybe, but it's Elimination Chamber, so I mean, I know I'm someone that doesn't really get stuck for things to talk about, but even I look at that and think, oh, I'm not sure that's a wise idea. I mean, by the time I actually get to Elimination Chamber, my voice might be shot. My voice might not. I'm like, oh, guys, we're at Chamber now. First match. Looks like we're going to open with Judgment Day. So that doesn't strike me as a wise idea. So I feel your pain, my friend. I totally understand. I think there's a few of us that are looking at our options going, what is the right thing to do? But this is the new normal now, isn't it? It's the new normal. And we're going to have to get used to these international, maybe not quite as extreme as this one, but we know we're going to Germany and we know we're going to Paris. So we're international, baby. We are international. Why don't you just do a double unseen after the chamber? Well, the problem with that is that a lot of the stuff that we may talk about after SmackDown is to do with keep an eye out for this during chamber, or they've teased this for chamber. And so as soon as chamber's done, you can't really talk about keep an eye out for this for chamber because chamber will have been and gone. So it's weird, isn't it? It's sort of weird. Normally what would happen is we would do one after SmackDown. There'd be like, this has been added to the Elimination Chamber. There's a chance The Rock might be there. They made this comment, oh, we've heard this tease about this person that might make an appearance. Blah, 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 blah. And then later on Saturday, we watch Chamber and we see if those things are true. Whereas this time, you would finish SmackDown, you would do a video, which is like, this person might be there, this rumor's circulating, word on the street is this is the match that's going to open the show, blah, 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 blah. And then a few hours later, we get the actual show. So this is what I'm saying, how that information will immediately be out of date. Who's going to want to watch a video about rumors of what might be happening at Elimination Chamber when Elimination Chamber has happened? So this is why I need to see what an unseen after SmackDown would look like. If there's stuff in there that I think is not going to age, and it's just, oh, this is good, like, I think this is something that's worth a watch anyway, then we could end up doing one. But if it's going to be a load of, like, that sort of stuff that will age, I don't think we'll do one. So, yeah, it's a bit tricky. It's a weird one. It's a bit of a strange one, I will admit. But either way, at some point on Saturday, there will be an unseen, and I will make it as good as I can make it, right? I mean, it will include everything I can include. But that will be definitely after Elimination Chamber. And if there's anything good that I can do before, after SmackDown, we'll try and do another one as well. But we'll see. Weird Flex said, since 2019, Days is the only one I remember that praised the Hell in a Cell finish. That didn't age well, but your channel has. I still stand by it. I don't have a problem with praising that. I still stand by it. I do think that there was a miscommunication. I think I said that at the time. So I mean, just to touch on it again, the end of the Hell in a Cell, WWE boobed because they sent out a message saying that there was a DQ. It was DQ. And everyone rightfully said, you can't have a DQ in Hell in a Cell, right? And everyone fixated on that. Everyone was fixated on the DQ thing. And I completely agree. Even at the time, I completely agreed. DQ finish, you can't do that in Hell in a Cell. Stupid. But I believe they actually deleted that and retracted that. And so I think the official decision, what's it actually listed as? It is, I think, ref stoppage. And do you know what was really interesting is that people didn't know what a ref stoppage was. There was a lot of people that just did not understand what ref stoppage was. And they didn't think you could do a ref stoppage inside a Hell in a Cell. And they... Here we go, look. So this is the Hell in a Cell. So Seth Rollins against The Fiend ended due to match stoppage at 17:30. And the point I made that I still stand by is that any match should be allowed to do with a ref stoppage, match stoppage, because The Fiend was down and was motionless and was showing no signs of life. And Seth was smashing The Fiend with weapons, right? Now, if The Fiend cannot defend himself, at some point someone has to step in. Otherwise, he's going to be murdered. He's going to actually be murdered, right? If he's getting smashed with shots, think about in UFC. If you get knocked out in the UFC and you are out cold, and then your opponent starts throwing ground and pound, the ref has got to step in. It's known as a TKO, right? Like, the ref has got to stop it. The ref has got to say enough. We see it loads of times in UFC where the ref comes in and goes, no. You've had enough, right? If you get knocked out, straight knocked out, it's going to be a knockout. But if the ref has to stop the action, that can be a TKO, right? So for me, The Fiend is down in the ring and Seth is absolutely battering him. How is that match meant to end? The Fiend cannot... Seth isn't pinning him, right? He doesn't have to pin him. It's his choice if he wants to pin him. He wasn't going for a pin. He could submit him, but the problem is the Fiend's he's out cold. He's not going to be able to... He won't be able to tap. He won't be able to verbally say that he's submitted. So if Seth chooses to not pin him, how is that match going to end? How is it meant to end? And the only way it can end is by ref stoppage. The ref at some point has got to say, he's had enough. I'm going to give up for him. I'm saying that this is not going to continue. We see it in UFC all the time. And it was staggering how many wrestling fans back in 2019 were like, you can't do that. It's like, well, what do you want him to do? Keep smashing him with a hammer? Like, what are you hoping to see his head get caved in? Like, I don't understand. Why can't he do that? How's this match meant to end? If Seth's not going to pin him, how's the match meant to end? And so the ref stopped it. I had no issue with it whatsoever. And I still don't. I think it's a perfectly acceptable end to a match that we see in other sport. And then we had The Fiend come back to life, right? So The Fiend, as soon as the match is over, comes back. And I made the observation, which I still stand by, that I think The Fiend was playing possum. I think The Fiend was getting smashed. And I think that he could have got up. And I think he could have fought back. I think he was actually conscious. But he chose not to because he wanted to push Seth further and further and further into doing things that Seth didn't want to do. Seth was sort of embracing his dark side. Seth was going too far. Seth was like smashing a guy that he thought was out cold, and he was not stopping. He was absolutely destroying him, and he was not stopping. Seth had been driven to like an extreme that he didn't think that he would go to. But he was being purposefully driven to that extreme by The Fiend. Because The Fiend could have come back, could have got up, could have fought back, maybe could have won the match. But The Fiend wasn't interested in winning the match. He was interested in driving Seth further into the darkness. He was interested in like further getting Seth to go more and more extreme and actually lose control. Seth was losing control. He was just trying to throw anything he could at The Fiend. So I looked at it that way and I was like, do you know what, man? People are upset because they wanted The Fiend to win. People are upset because they wanted The Fiend to win and they didn't like the DQ finish. Well, I don't think The Fiend wanted to win. I think he wanted to achieve something else that I think was lost on people. And I also think that the DQ finish was a stupid thing for WWE to announce, but it's actually not the official decision. If you look now, it wasn't a DQ. This idea that the match ended in a DQ, how can you end Hell in a Cell that way? That's not what the match ended as. It ended as match stoppage. It ended as ref stoppage. So I've still got to be in my bonnet about that. I've still got to be in my bonnet because I can defend it. I feel like I can defend it. I feel like I didn't love it. It's maybe not the way I would have booked it, right? But I feel like I can see what they were trying to do with that Hell in a Cell match back in 2019. And a lot of the reaction to it was, this is trash. You can't end a match with a DQ. They've made The Fiend look weak and stupid. And I just don't think any of that is true. I just don't think that's true. It wasn't a DQ. It's a match. It's a ref stoppage. And I also don't think it made The Fiend look stupid. I think actually it made The Fiend look quite smart. He was not bothered or motivated about getting a win, right? I mean, that should be below the Fiend, actually. If you think about it, wins and losses should not matter to the Fiend. The Fiend shouldn't give a flip about wins and losses. The Fiend is Bray's darkness that is not going to be motivated by winning a match, right? He's got much bigger things that he's focused on. And I think those things are maybe too big for certain people to really understand. I think there was just a real lack of understanding. So I really will argue and push back about it's not aged well, because I just think people still haven't caught up with what actually happened. I think people still don't understand what happened. And maybe they'll catch up with me one day. Maybe they'll catch up with my theory one day. But I'll still sit here saying that it's not what I would have booked. And I think there was miscommunication during that time. But, you know, it's a difficult one in the sense of if everyone believes that something was bad, then is it just bad? Even if maybe you can explain it. If you can explain it, and you can explain why they did it, and you think you've got an understanding as to why they did it, if everyone still believes it to be bad, is it just bad? Don't know. That's a philosophical one, isn't it? That's a one that we can like dig our teeth into. So yeah, it's a really, really interesting one. It's a really interesting one. It's one of the most interesting results I think we've had in recent years. I know we're going back 5 years now, but I think it caused such controversy. People were chanting for refunds and everything, you know, it was, but you've got to remember that people looked at the Fiend character as Bray's opportunity. People wanted Bray to be the big star of the company, and losses weren't going to get him there, you know. So in people's eyes, they weren't really interested in like the Fiend telling the story the Fiend wanted to tell, or like, you know, but they were more interested in the Fiend getting wins and winning championships. They wanted the Fiend to be Bray's vehicle to success, but he already was. He already was the vehicle to Bray's success. He was already getting a lot of attention and a lot of merch sales and a lot of TV time, and that is, in my eyes, success. But I think people wanted him to get wins and go on to be like the face of the company, whatever. And to be honest, I don't think Vince ever really wanted that for the Fiend. I think Vince wanted the Fiend to be an attraction. But in many ways, Undertaker was an attraction. Undertaker doesn't have as many world title reigns as you would imagine, because he didn't need them. And actually, do you know what's funny? A lot of people, when Bray returned, started saying Bray doesn't need the belt. Bray doesn't need the belt. A lot of people like, nah, keep Bray away from the title. He doesn't need it. Isn't that weird? When Bray came back, that was the conversation. Bray don't need the title. No, he doesn't need the belt. It doesn't matter about the belt. Like, let him cook. Let him tell the stories he wants to tell. That was not the mentality in 2019. In 2019, people had seen Bray get overlooked repeatedly. And in 2019, The Fiend was seen as the vehicle that was going to give him the success that he rightfully deserved, you know? And he did deserve success. He did deserve success. But I think that the Fiend character, you know, was potentially like the next Undertaker. And as we said, Undertaker was, you know, we're not sat here with Undertaker being a 16-time world champion. When we talk about the most decorated champions in wrestling history, we talk about Randy Orton, John Cena, Ric Flair. We don't talk about The Undertaker because he was off doing other things. He was an attraction in his own right. He did not need the belt. And I think Bray was cut from that same cloth. I think he was cut from that exact same cloth. He did not need the belt either. The only problem you've got, though, is that what does he fight for? Everyone wants to see their favorites get championships because that's the prize. Well, if they don't need the prize, what is it that they need? What are you watching them battle for? What is it that they're trying to achieve? And maybe WWE didn't do enough of a job to kind of get that message across as to what it is the Fiend was battling for, what he was fighting for, you know. So yeah, you know, it's a real interesting one. That I love talking about that one. Weird Flex said Seth still hasn't recovered from that burial versus The Fiend at Hell in a Cell. When would Seth be today without that theme song? I think Seth, yeah, it's true. Seth did struggle after that, and I think that's interesting. There was that theory, wasn't there, that there was that theory that if you got into a feud with The Fiend, you were like changed after. And I don't know that that was ever quite true or planned. It might have been something that they did start to lean into, but I don't know that it was something that was true at the time. But yeah, I don't know. It's a weird one. That I think like his character had got a little bit stale. I think that he was in need of a bit of a reinvention, and then he reinvented himself into the Messiah, didn't he? He reinvented himself into the Messiah, and that just didn't work. The Messiah thing was a bad step. If Seth had reinvented himself into a character that I think had landed, then maybe we wouldn't be talking about how he has kind of struggled since. But I think the truth is that he went into the Messiah. That didn't really work. And now, you know, if over the next few years, he kind of evolved into the Visionary. And I think the Visionary that we've got now is okay. It's not my favorite version of him. I do wonder, like, his injuries, if they are being an issue. We know that his back issue is apparently real. Apparently his back issue is legit, and that was obviously a big part of his feud with Shinsuke last year. Shinsuke saying, "I know your secret," and apparently it's true. He does have like back issues, and if he, you know, maybe that has played a part. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know that it is. I don't know that it's that match that killed Seth. I don't think it is. I think you can overcome that. I think the problem was that after that match, he then becomes the Messiah, and the Messiah is not a well-received gimmick. That is not the well-received change. So to me, it's not so much the match, it's what he does after, which is become the Messiah, that people weren't really on board with. And then after that, he transitions into the Visionary. But the problem with the Visionary is that you don't quite know what the Visionary is doing. Like, he's just coming out with wacky clothes. I want more depth to Seth. I want more depth. I want to know what he's trying to achieve. I want to know his motivation. I want to know what, you know, where's his head at. I'd love to, like, a proper sit-down interview, Michael Cole and Seth Rollins on Raw, I think would be fascinating, right? Where we actually dig into how's his health, how's he balancing being a champion with being a husband and a father, what is the goals that he's got for himself, how does he currently see his legacy, where would he like to see his legacy? If he could try and achieve one thing over the next few years, what would it be? And I'd really love to dig into that, because I think that's a big part of what's missing. I think he comes out with his theme song and he comes out with his wacky clothes, and I just don't think there's anything behind it. There's just no substance behind it. There's no, I can't tell you what he's trying to achieve other than he's champion and he just wants to keep his belt. I know that he would like to main event WrestleMania, but I correct me if I'm wrong, I don't remember an interview or anything where he has really passionately said that that is a motivator for him. I don't remember an interview where he said, like, you know, it keeps him up at night. It's you know, consumes his thoughts. He's not going to regard himself as one of the greats until he ticks that box off, like it's that important to him. I know that he said, like, that about his not main event, he's never gone into WrestleMania as being in the marquee match, right? I know he's made that comment, but it's not. I've not seen enough weight behind that comment. I want more. I want like. I just don't. It's all one-dimensional with Seth, and to me, Seth's problems are nothing to do with that 2019 match. That 2019 match is, you know, I can't say that that's the moment that it all changed, but what I can say is that what has followed since has not been satisfying enough. And that's got nothing to do with that match. That's everything to do with his Messiah gimmick not landing. And then his visionary gimmick being too one-dimensional. And I want to see a bit more behind the scenes. I want to see a bit more of the man, you know. But yeah, Seth's a very interesting conversation because he is massively underrated. He is one of the greatest of this generation. He is arguably WWE's best in-ring competitor. Obviously, you've got the likes of AJ Styles that can, you know, maybe rival that. And there's a few names, you know, Gunther, obviously fantastic. Chad Gable can have a banger. But I think consistently, if you look back at the last 10 years, I feel like Seth Rollins has got to be in that conversation. And he is someone that, you know, I suppose in many ways is the macho man of this generation. It's an easy comparison. Certainly now that he's wearing outlandish clothes, he is kind of the macho man of this generation. You know, he is not quite the guy like Macho Man wasn't. Macho was around at the same time as Hogan. Hogan was the guy. And, you know, Seth is around at the same time as Roman Reigns. Roman is the guy. So, but like Seth is still, you know, Macho Man is still Macho Man. Macho Man Randy Savage is still one of the biggest legends we've ever had. And I don't quite know how Seth will be remembered. I mean, will he be remembered as the Macho Man of this generation? It feels like that's how I would word him. Whether he's made as bigger impact as the Macho Man, I don't know. That's hard to say, isn't it? That's hard to say. But I do think he's underrated. I do think that we do take him for granted. So I'd like that little bit more for Seth, yeah. I would agree that his problems aren't rooted in the match. The match in 2019 was the mask coming off. The facade was revealed at that point. His root problem is a weak personality and charisma. Yeah, I agree. No way. Macho Man had way more charisma and mic ability. No way we can compare him to Seth with all due respect. I think, well, I would say that the promos are very different. I agree with that. But I think that Seth is a decent promo. I don't think he's a bad promo. I think that he has to promo a lot, actually. I think back then, you know, you can get away with like short little backstage interviews. You know, if you think back in the day, how many times was Macho Man in the ring with a live mic having to do 20 minutes? You know, what he had was backstage little 2-minute sound bites with Mean Gene. So it's a very difficult comparison because we don't do that anymore. You know, back then Raw was an hour. And so there wasn't the time for these massive long promos like that take up whole segments. So to compare Macho Man back in the day and his little backstage interviews that he does at WrestleMania, SummerSlam, little bits that he does, you know, to compare that with Seth Rollins, I mean, you are kind of comparing chalk and cheese. Like, it's a very difficult comparison, but you can make the comparison in the sense of in-ring wise, they are, I think, amongst the best of their generation. You know, Macho Man was around at the same time as Bret Hart, of course, and a few other wrestlers, which you would say were, you know, Ricky the Dragon Steamboat and whatever. You would say that they were, you know, in the same conversation. But Macho Man, and that match at WrestleMania 3 in particular. But then again, you know, his match against Ultimate Warrior at 7, which is the retirement match. You know, Macho Man is putting on bangers on a consistent basis. His match at WrestleMania 8 against Ric Flair for the title. I mean, fantastic. So, you know, he has this steady stream of banging matches and great feuds. And I feel like that absolutely compares with Seth, who you can go back through his history and you can find great matches that Seth has had that, you know, stand right up there with some of the best matches of their given year. And as we said, in-ring wise, I think he's in that same conversation of a Gunther, of an AJ Styles. I think he's one of the best in-ring wrestlers we have in this generation, just as Macho Man was one of the best in-ring wrestlers of his generation. In regards to Macho's attire, It was bright, it was colourful, it was outlandish, and that's exactly what Seth has done, but he's put his own twist on it. You know, Seth's might not be as cool. Macho Man's, I think, was cooler. It was a distinct style. It was like a normal jacket with tassels, or it was a beautiful cape. Like, you know, I would say that Macho's was cooler and maybe a little bit more traditional, in the sense of wrestlers with capes is nothing new, wrestlers wearing jackets is nothing new, but a lot of the stuff that Seth wears is pretty new and outlandish, right? It's pretty wild. So I would say that from an outlandish attire point of view, they're comparable, but there is obviously differences if you get into the nuances. But that's why I say that he's maybe the Macho Man of this generation, because if you look at his in-ring work and you look at his presentation, which is an outlandish, in-your-face, very colourful presentation, well, that compares to Macho Man, I would say, quite comfortably. And the fact that he's kind of in that number 2 position, and he has been for a lot of his career, is very comparable to Macho Man, who, you know, was playing second fiddle to Hulk Hogan throughout his time. So I wouldn't disagree about the promos, but the only thing I would say about the promos is it's difficult to compare, because where are these big segment-long 20-minute Macho Man promos? It's just not how wrestling was back then. So how can we compare these cream-of-the-crop little snippets that Macho Man had to do back in the day with the very storyline-heavy promos that have to be delivered in 2024? You know, Seth being in the ring, doing back and forths with Cody Rhodes. You know, we weren't seeing Macho Man and Dusty Rhodes going back and forth on the mic in the ring for 20 odd minutes. So how do you compare those? It's very, very difficult. There is clearly going to be differences. They're different people from different eras, so there's clearly going to be differences. We're not saying they're identical, but just making a comparison, I feel like that is a comparison that Seth himself has made. Just before Clash at the Castle, he referred to himself as this generation's Macho Man. Whether people agree with that or not, it's up to you. But that was a comparison that Seth himself made with a sit-down interview with Ariel Helwani just before Clash at the Castle. But Charisma Rise is very interesting, isn't it? That's interesting, because I would say that the Seth... It's funny, because I think that's my problem with him as well. I think my problem is that it feels one-dimensional. I think Macho Man was able to make his character feel three-dimensional. And I think that's because largely he was the character, right? But in regards to Seth, it feels like he is putting this on as a show, and then the guy behind the scenes is not that guy. And so his doesn't feel genuine. His feels one-dimensional. His feels like he's doing it because it's something to do. Whereas Macho Man was doing it because it was an extension of who he is. So I would agree with that point, that Macho Man's gimmick was him. Whereas I don't think this visionary gimmick is Seth. Or at least not a big part of Seth. It might be in Seth, but it's probably just a little part of Seth, you know? But that's why I want to see it fleshed out more. That's why I want to believe that it is Seth. I want it to be more three-dimensional, you know? I want to believe that he's that way. Because Macho Man was that way. The way that Macho Man spoke was his voice. You know, the way that he dressed, you know, he was always wearing kind of outlandish, bright clothes. That was part of the fashion at the time as well, you know, brighter colors. So, yeah, it's very, oh man, we've had some great conversations on this stream, trying to compare, like, you know, wrestlers and whatnot. Who do you think should beat Roman if it isn't Cody, said Gavin. Who should beat Roman if it isn't Cody? Tricky. Very tricky. Well, Randy comes to mind. Sammy comes to mind. Jey Uso comes to mind. I'm thinking babyface, and I'm thinking someone that would benefit. Randy might not benefit, to be honest. Well, he would, because it'd be another title reign, and you know he needs to get them. But I sort of feel like whoever beats Roman is going to be a made man, and you sort of would like that to be someone that's going to stick around. So, you know, Brock beat The Undertaker, and he was still around 10 years later. So Brock beat The Undertaker, he was around 10 years later. If Randy beats Roman, will he still be around in 10 years? Probably not. So I would kind of look at, I don't know, is Jey going to be around in 10 years? Is Sammy going to be around in 10 years? I suppose it's hard to know, isn't it? But I would like it to be someone that I feel is going to be around for the foreseeable future. And I think Cody will give you 5 years, right? There is Liv. So we are starting with SmackDown. So yeah, the names that would come to mind would be like a Randy, a Sammy, a Jey Uso. You could go with like an AJ Styles, but he's kind of a bit heelish at the moment, isn't he? I think it needs to be an out-and-out babyface. I wouldn't mind Seth, with all the Seth talk that we've just done, you know. I wouldn't mind Seth. Right, we are live with... But it's... I'm sure it's Cody. Who do you want to see beat Gunther? Said that's what she said. I wouldn't mind Sheamus, but I wouldn't mind Chad. I think Chad is someone that the fans could really get behind. Sheamus needs it because he's never won it, and I think the fans could get behind that. I think the only downside with Sheamus is that he tried a few years ago and failed. So it sort of feels like he had his shot. Like there's people that haven't had their shot yet. And it feels like he had his go, and he's had his go a few times because he was part of the triple threat at last year's WrestleMania. So to see him have another go, people I think would be on board with it. But yeah, I don't know. I suppose you could make that same argument with Chad, couldn't you? You could make that same argument with Chad. I really didn't mind Braun being the one, and I really don't mind Ilya. Could you imagine if Ilya steps up to Gunther maybe the night after WrestleMania? I'd love that. Imagine at WrestleMania, Gunther retains. Everyone thinks that Gunther's going to lose. And then at WrestleMania, he retains. And then on the Raw after WrestleMania, we bring in Ilya from NXT. And we do one of those spontaneous title defenses. And Ilya wins. Ilya beats Gunther, and Ilya is the new Intercontinental Champion. I wouldn't mind that at all. Not considering their history. Not considering one of the best received matches in WWE in recent years has been their match from NXT UK. Or even their rematch in NXT. He absolutely is the Gunther killer, and he's down in NXT. And he's very intense. The match would bang. It would be amazing. What a moment that would be. If I could book anything, I think that might be what I would book. Ilya comes up on the Raw after Mania, and we do a spontaneous match. It would feel very similar to Paige and AJ Lee from a few, like, you know, going back a bit on the Raw after Mania when she got the opportunity on the Raw after Mania. So, yeah, but there's a few names, isn't there? I didn't mind Bron Breakker being the one. I don't mind Chad being the one. I don't mind Sheamus being the one. I really don't mind Ilya being the one. Do you know, amazingly, I don't really want Sammy to be the one. Because I know that it would be an achievement for him to beat Gunther. But it's what's the prize? The prize, I suppose, is beating Gunther. But he becomes the Intercontinental Champion again. And he's had that belt before. For me, Sammy should be going for a world title. World title, not Intercontinental. So I'm not as keen on Sammy being the one, to be honest. Right, here's Liv Morgan. What about Jey beating Gunther? I wouldn't mind it. I really wouldn't mind it. I suppose I'm just ruling it out because we know it's Jimmy and Jey at WrestleMania. But I suppose Jey could challenge Gunther after WrestleMania, on the Raw after WrestleMania. If he beats Jimmy, What would stop him just calling out Gunther? Or build into another match with Gunther in Berlin? But when is the Berlin one? No, it's France, isn't it, after? I know we go abroad after WrestleMania, but it's France. So, maybe in France, Jay could beat Gunther for the Intercontinental. I don't know if he can go to the France one. I don't know when he's allowed to travel abroad. The Ring General. Right, Liv versus Tiffany. Here is the thing said, with all the stuff between Priest and R-Truth, is it leading to Truth costing Priest when he cashes in? Oh, didn't think about that. I always thought it was going to interrupt with the tag titles. So I didn't think about him costing him his cash-in. That could be interesting. The channel that SmackDown is on has got some stupid hockey, said Hop Along Chris. Has it, buds? No, working here. We're on TNT Sports. We've also got the Fox graphic in the corner as well, so I don't quite know how this is working. Are we getting the Fox feed tonight? We don't normally have the Fox logo in the corner. I'm actually really into this match. This is probably one of the most hyped Liv matches I've ever been hyped for. I just think this is going to be a very interesting encounter, as Liv here is clearly the veteran. She's been on the main roster longer, of course. She's been in WWE longer. She's been wrestling longer. The Elimination Chamber is tomorrow. I need to go. So she's already done and she's walking away. So Tiffy time. Tiffy time is over, man, isn't it? People in Australia were like chanting away for Tiffy time. Tiffany Stratton going into the ring steps. She holds onto her back. Liv grabs Tiffany and throws her in the ring. She's looking for the pin and shoulder up. Liv, with a smirk on her face, charges over and goes face first into that middle turnbuckle. Tiffany Stratton with a clothesline. One. Just a one count there by Tiffany Stratton. Tiffany Stratton getting up to her feet and throwing in a kick to Liv. Cry about it. Bit of trash talk in there by Tiffany. Shot to the midsection by Liv. Shot coming back by Tiffany. Liv going over to the corner, going face first into that top turnbuckle, and over to the other side as well. Liv going down to her knees as Tiffany stands over her. We got Bianca Belair on commentary, as we've got a backstabber by Liv. Tiffany feeling that lovely little roll up by Liv as Tiffany kicks out. Are the titles being defended in the chamber match? Is Roman defending his belt? No. No announced Seth or Roman matches at Elimination Chamber. Liv charging over, big boot there by Tiffany Stratton, and that's quite the. That could be a meme, actually. That's a meme. Bianca. That's a screenshot. That's definitely a screenshot. That's a good point screenshot. Wrestlandy said 2.0 call-ups are better in general than black and gold. Change my mind. 2.0 call-ups are better than black and gold. 1, 2, kick out. I feel like that's a big conversation. We've got Tiffany going to the outside. Wrestlandy, hope you are well. I will let the chat change your mind. If we get stuck into that conversation, we might not talk about anything else. Smurfy Toon said, would you be all for an IC Championship contenders match? Haven't had one in a while. Yeah, I would. I'd be up for that. I was just thinking, would I be up for a ladder match? And I sort of would, but the only problem is, because Gunther's reign is so historic, I don't really want to stack the deck against him. I sort of feel like if he's going to lose, I don't want him to lose that way. I want him to lose one-on-one. So I wouldn't do the ladder match for that reason. But because Logan hasn't had a long title reign, and it's also Logan and we don't care about him, I would definitely do a ladder match for that. We could do Logan with LA Knight and a load of other people. Ladder match. Have LA Knight can win, right? LA Knight can get his hands on the title. And that's not a bad way of protecting Logan, to be honest. So Logan can lose the title, but can say that he never really lost. And LA Knight can get the new title. And it could be a big, fun, multi-person ladder match. So I would do that for the United States. I wouldn't do that for the IC. But, so yeah, number one contenders, IC thing, however that looks. We could definitely look to doing that. A bra and panties match, said K-pop. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Definitely. LA Knight, Logan Paul, Rey Mysterio, bras and panties. Raven said, I sure don't. Okay, Raven doesn't want the bras and panty matches with LA Knight, Logan Paul, and Rey Mysterio. Explain why the Rock Roman fight will be at WrestleMania 41. They want to start a storyline with Roman. Go watch it. Yeah, I don't know if it'll be at 41, but that would seem like a place to do it. They could do it at SummerSlam. But it is such a big match, it probably would be 41. But honestly, I mean, what a build that would be. I mean, we would have 12 months of Rock Roman builds. And granted, they're not going to be around all the time. But there's just going to be lovely little moments throughout the year, isn't there? So, I mean, that just promises to make for a very compelling 12 months. So, sign me up. Yeah. I've got no problem with that. I think that could be fascinating. We are at commercial break. The joke about Liv getting high is old. Millions vape THC and it's legal, says Alan. Days, how are you, said Edward. I'm good, thank you. Hope you are well. Hope you are ready for a fun evening. A. Jobson said he's in heaven. I think a lot of people feel that way in the chat. Why does Liv and Tiff have a match before Elimination Chamber, but Bianca gets to sit on her ass on commentary, says Puko. Yeah, do you know, I must admit that bothers me as well. Thankfully, we know this is taped, and we know that this match was actually done last week, so it doesn't really bother me on this occasion. But if this was live, I would say the exact same thing, yes. Why do these two have to be disadvantaged by putting their bodies through a match? Like, not even 24 hours. Imagine if this was live in Australia. And we are literally just hours away from Elimination Chamber. It's in, like, literally it starts in less than 9 hours. And these two are wrestling each other, so. But thankfully this was taped. Tiffany is in control as we've come back. Shot coming in there by Liv and Bianca watching on. She's not actually on commentary. She's just sort of sitting there. I don't know why they've not given her a headset. Tiffany pushing Liv in the face. Shot to the midsection there by Liv. Poor Liv. She does a lot of trash talking, doesn't she, during the match, Tiffany. Knee to the midsection. Tiffany going against the ropes, but forearm strike there by Liv. Liv going over against the ropes as Tiffany collides with a knee to the midsection. Bianca enjoying what she's seeing so far. Back elbow there by Tiffany on Liv. Liv goes against the ropes, collides into Tiffany. Tiffany goes down. She's right back up. Tiffany goes down again. Boot to the midsection. Another kick coming in. Oh, that's a lovely sequence by Liv. Love those kicks. Kip up there by Liv as well. Smile on her face. She's looking over at Tiffany. She's going to charge in. Back elbow. Roll. Back on her feet. Charges over. Knee to the face. Tiffany goes over to the center of the ring as Liv is perched. Double knees. Meteora. Down goes Tiffany. 2. Kick out, shoulder up there by Tiffany. Liv struggling to put Tiffany away. Wade Barrett said, I told you about Tiffany Stratton. Tiffany Stratton crawling over to the ropes, getting back up on her feet. She picks up Liv. 1, 2. Pinned by Tiffany, but no joy. BB Yipsy said Liv Morgan's new gimmick should be she is Tommy Chong's illegitimate child. That is true. Why we don't have a smoke machine for her entrance, I have no idea. It should just be smoke everywhere, and she should come out like coughing and spluttering as she makes her way down to the ring. The prettiest moonsault! Ah, misses. She landed on her feet, though. Ah, stomped down by Liv. Tiffany gets back up to her feet. Liv charges over. Ooh. That is an interesting move. She grabs Tiffany, drops her back. Went for the pin. Well, that's I love that's good. The frustration of Liv there, she was like, she threw in a little dig, little shot to Tiffany out of frustration. I like that. I like that. She picks up Alabama Slam, going for the cover. Tiffany, 2. Oh, I thought it might be Tiffy time. Look at it. Even the EST is like, oh, damn. Oh, she's uncomfortable. Man, we should have Bianca out there for all the matches, just so that we know how we need to feel. How should I be reacting to this? And we cut to Bianca and she's like, we go, oh. Like that. Liv goes over and strikes Tiffany. Tiffany is just sort of stuck on that middle rope at the moment. Over, looking for a power bomb. That's not bad. She gets a 2. It's a little bit clunky, but we got there. Cameraman is going to need an Emmy, said Dominic. Vince said, if you already know, please don't spoil it. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't see any spoilers. I was amazed that they didn't get spoiled for me, but... Oh, love that by Tiffy time! She goes over, she slaps Bianca. Amazing. Liv rolls up Tiffany. Referee 1, 2, kick out. Oh, Liv goes into Bianca. Go on, Tiffany. 1, 2, 3. Tiffany Stratton beats Liv Morgan. Wow. Tiffany Stratton beats Liv Morgan after Liv went into Bianca. That's going to sting, innit? That's going to sting. So, there we go. We've got Bianca on the outside. Liv looking over at... what time is it? Clobbering time. Tiffy time. Let's go. We got Drew McIntyre backstage. Superman, shout out to you. Where's your head at? One day. Feels like my whole life and career has led to this moment, says Drew. He's still got his fun t-shirt on of him posing by CM Punk's main event grave. If I lose tonight... If I lose tonight, it was all for nothing. If I lose at the Chamber, it will be as useless as CM Punk's return to WWE. Some of the memes you've been posting. Here's Bobby. I forgot they faced at WrestleMania 37. Bobby's like, This is almost as funny as when I beat you at WrestleMania 37. Anyone remember that they faced it? I don't remember they faced it. Did they have a match, did they? Oh. It's news to me. There was a WrestleMania 37, you say? Right, Superman said Liv needs to go heel. She needs to be a badass. Beep. Enough of the smiling, petty girl thing. Yeah, do you know what? I hate the watch me thing as well. I hate it. Watch me. No, thank you. Watch me. No. Yeah, I don't know. There are definitely things I would change about Liv Morgan. I think her in-ring is undeniably greatly improved from where we were a few years ago. I mean, go back 3-4 years. It's much better place now. There's some really good stuff that I really loved, like her frustration when she, oh god damn it, lashed out with like throwing that little shot. There was some innovative like kind of offense that she did. There was some stuff, I don't even know what it was called, but there was some good stuff that she did. There was a couple of bits that looked clunky, but yeah, I agree, that sort of watch me smiling all the time, it's difficult because with her, I think she is someone that maybe caters to the younger girls in the audience. So it's a bit of a tricky one, to be honest. Because if you are going to cater to the young girls, you do have to be all smiley. Doesn't mean that there's not things I would change about her, though. It's very interesting, Liv, because I feel like she's got her fans that really love her, and then I feel like there's a good chunk of us that don't hate her, but there's something that's not clicked. There's something there that's just, there's a missing piece. There's a missing something that, like, if it falls in place, you go, there she is. There she is. That's the girl we've been waiting for. And I agree with you. I think the Watch Me and her graphics and presentation is just, I don't know if it's all wrong or if there's just a missing little piece in there. But to me, there's a missing little piece in there. I don't disagree with you. Yeah. It's very hard to put your finger as to what it is, and there will be many out there going, no, she's fine, what are you on about? Because she has very loyal support. But I also feel that way, that there is a missing piece. But I feel like we're probably as close as we've ever been to her actually getting somewhere. You know, I know we put the belt on her, but that was obviously, you know, her cashing in was cool. People enjoyed that moment, but her reign was not great. And that SummerSlam match with Ronda is atrocious. Well, atrocious really because of the ending. But yeah, let's see. Oh, her music as well. I've always hated her music. I hate that. I hate that music. I think the first time I heard that was actually on a 2K game, and someone tagged me in it, and they were like, have you heard this is Liv Solo music? Like, it's in 2K. And I was like, no. That's just a generic theme that they've used because they don't know what else to use. So they've just gone with that. And then it turned out it was her theme. But I do remember hearing it for the first time, being like, no. They wouldn't give her that. She could have, if you think about it, she could have much better music. Much better music. Much better graphics. I mean, what are the eye things that we're doing? Like, we could do something much better. The more I think about it, the more that it's not that hard to figure out what's wrong. Anyway, look at this. We've got Ashanti the Adonis. He is at home with Cedric Alexander. They're going to be a team going forward. So yeah, Superman, shout out to you. Where did you get this shirt? Babies Are Us. No, they went out of business. R.I.P. This feels a little bit Thea Hale, JC Jane when they went shopping, or James Ellsworth and Carmella. Oh, he's got red dungarees. Hours later. Several hours later. So they're still arguing as to... oh, hello. Have we found some up? No. Shut up. No, that's not it. No, that's not it. I look like Will.i.am. That's not it. The things that poor cat has seen. The new maximum male models. My pick, I want Tiffy time against Mommy at WrestleMania 40, but I'm sure Bianca will go through those, said One Wolf. Maximum male model, it did look like that, but with a twinge of Bret the Hitman Hart because of the shades. Dave's got to rock that fit for it, yeah. Oh, yeah, I'll just get that out the wardrobe, shall I? I've got that exact outfit, you're right, yeah. Wrestler Andy said he's wearing a Shield tribute. It was, yeah, he was wearing a Shield. Bret Hart in the Shield, but from the year 3000. That was the look he was going for. That's the kind of outfit that would be generated if you put that into ChatGPT. This was obviously last week with The Rock and Roman. What a show that was. BBB Yipsy said, the perfect music for Liv should be Problems by the Sex Pistols. I think you would agree if you've heard it. I don't know that I ever heard it, actually. I have, obviously, never mind the testicles. But I'm not very good at the song titles, to be honest. I'm guessing it's on that album. They did, I think that was not their only studio album, but I know there are other kind of outtakes and bits that are floating around. I'll have to listen to it. Definitely think she could benefit from having different music. It's really weird because she's got that kind of watch me. And then she's got like these eyes and whatever. Like, they sort of, I don't know, they're trying to make it a little bit mysterious in a way with the eyes and the whispering of the watch me. Like, it sort of feels a little mysterious. But there's nothing mysterious about her. Her presentation definitely feels confused. Definitely feels confused. Definitely feels like it needs to be bigger, bolder. You know, you could really... I think if you used to change that, then I think you could really start to get somewhere. Her in-ring is not that bad now, to be honest. She does still seem like she's always about to cry, though. That is also a bit of a problem. There's no tears in wrestling. No tears in wrestling. Christopher, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. Welcome, welcome. Aiden asks, what time does Elimination Chamber start? It starts at 10 a.m. in the UK. With all the fellas around in tights, we don't need to see maximum men models, said Alan. PC DJ Hub said Hollywood also having Cena in a dress living up to their rituals. That was Ricky Stanicki. Oh! Backstage Roman Reigns. Yeet, no yeet. I wish you could have saw him. He's talking about what he did to Jay. Who sent you to Raw? Paul Heyman. I double checked, I triple checked. I did what the plan was. I call the play, says Roman. I made that call, says Roman. Oh, that's interesting. Did Roman call that play? Did he? Here's Heyman. Grayson Waller is here. Bring him to me. Oh my god. Oh my god. See, you've got to watch SmackDown even when it's taped. Grayson Waller has been summoned by the Tribal Chief. Hey, that was interesting. So, was Roman just messing with him then? That felt a bit more like old Bloodline. You know, where there's like, we're looking at the relationships and there's like little looks and little moments and everything. We haven't had that in so long. So he was saying, oh, I ran the play that Paul Heyman told me to run. And he's like, I did what I was told, I did what I was told. And Roman was like, you're just going to stooge on Paul like that? And went, I called the play. So he's taken, in the end, he's admitted he called the play. But did he? Imagine if he didn't. Imagine if Heyman, like, called the play instead and Roman gets upset with Heyman. I don't feel like it's going that way, but that was an interesting little exchange. He's keeping Jimmy on his toes, isn't he? But anyway, we've moved on from that. Now we've got Grayson. Grayson and Roman being on screen together is going to be interesting. This is big for Grayson. Sami Zayn couldn't get to see Roman. You know, Vince wasn't letting Sami get to Roman. As soon as Vince went, Triple H then started letting Sami be on screen with Roman. So getting on screen with Roman is a big deal. This is big for Grayson. What is the Tribal Chief gonna tell Grayson? What is he gonna request of Grayson? Whew. I thought it was going to start a Paul Heyman being like a puppet master, said J Love. LS Dub, shout out to you, said, I love that Grayson Waller is getting weaved into this. Or The Rock called the play, said, oh my god. Imagine if Roman says, Paul, why did you call that play? Why did you tell Jimmy to go to Raw? And Paul goes, your Tribal Chief, the High Chief, The Rock, told me to do it. Like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. The fallout of that. Oh, could you imagine? Could you imagine if that went that way? We could do 5 hours on that, as to where that's going, what that means. Oh my god. It's always worth watching these tape shows. These little backstage things, these don't leak. Because they record them like backstage. They don't show the crowd, these. And they do this all the time as well. So we've got that Grayson Waller segment coming up. And will there be something juicy in there? Johnny said, Days, I don't want to watch SmackDown. Well, don't then. Come round here with your negativity. I'll read the rest of your comment, but I'm not happy. Right? I don't want to watch SmackDown. So I'm not. Ugh. I could have been there, but I walked out. What? What do you mean? I had a fan being rude to me, and he was drunk. I didn't expect the comment to go down this road. Security guards did not do anything. What? So you went to SmackDown last week, but you didn't stay for the extra bit? Because, so you was there last week, you watched last week, they then recorded this week's show, but a fan was drunk, which, I mean, let's be fair, all fans should be, and what, started giving you abuse. Why was he giving you, I feel like there's a lot to explore here, Johnny. And, John, I just need you to know, Johnny, I've got a lot of questions. I've got a lot of follow-up questions here. I need to know what the fan said. I need to know how it started. I need to know why you didn't punch him in the face. Yeah? If that had happened to me, no questions asked. He's getting punched in the face. I mean, clearly not by me. I would find someone to do it. I'd pay someone. But he's getting punched in the face. Yeah? Johnny, give us answers, please. BB Yipsy said, play the song Problems by the Sex Pistols. Take a poll. I can't play it. We'd get hit by a copyright so quick that my head would still be spinning. It kind of fits her weird way. Bring back Blue Tongue with it. Well, people can listen to it, but I'm guessing they'll probably do that after SmackDown. But I will check it out. I will listen to it. I've got their album, if it is on that album. I don't know, I may even have it to hand here, that album, but I can't play it, unfortunately. There's superstars that are arriving. We've got Rhea, we've got Naomi, we've got Triple H, we've got Indy with a koala, we've got a koala, we've got the C, we've got Shayna Baszler, we've got a radio host, we've got Rhea and Triple H, we've got a long queue for the Superstore, we've got inside the Superstore, we've got Kyrie doing a zip line with Shayna Baszler, we've got the stadium, and we've got a graphic that says tonight. Then we've got a graphic that says LA Knight versus Drew McIntyre. So we've got this coming up. We're 35 minutes into this week's Smackdown. Oh, time for Bron Breakker. So this is Bron Breakker's debut. Bron Breakker steps out. Yeah, here we go. Bron Breakker. Who's he facing? Have they got him going up against a jobber or? From Atlanta, Georgia. Is that Dante Chen? This guy has been earmarked for greatness from the moment he stepped into the Performance Center. It's a big entrance, this, for Bron, innit? Look at that. Puts his arms in the air. We've got a shot of him in the crowd in the background. We've got lasers going into the sky, and it is Dante Chen that will be Bron Breakker's opponent. Bron Breakker goes round the back. He takes Dante Chen down. This is a reward for Dante Chen, isn't it? Imagine being Dante Chen. You can't even get onto flipping NXT TV. But they go, we need you for SmackDown. If Dante Chen ever gets anywhere, right, we can look back on this match and go, do you remember when he jobbed to Bron Breakker in his Bron Breakker's debut? Bron Breakker just oh, we've already got the barking from the crowd. He's grabbing Dante Chen's hair. Dante Chen's starting to fight back a little bit here. Chen on the outside, forearm strike there by Dante Chen. There was a theory that oh, he got caught, man, and planted. Oh, the straps have come down. Ugh. Yeah, there was a thought that Dante Chen and Boa may be two of the three faces in that Three Faces promo. Massive spear by Bron, and a victory for Bron Breakker in his debut. Is Dante Chen wearing the old Usos face? But he was a massive Uso crazy fan, yes. I'm on top. Johnny said, at the show, you are close together. He was getting upset because I was touching him. I could not help that I was touching him. Our chairs were so close together. He started saying mean stuff. Really? I mean, I'm guessing you mean just like your arm was like touching him. You wasn't like stroking his face or anything. I mean, to be honest, Johnny, if I'm at a wrestling show and there's someone next to me that's like stroking my face like this, well, I'd probably welcome it, actually. It probably wouldn't be an issue. It'd just be lovely being around people, feeling the physical touch of a fellow human being. But even so, I've got to imagine that other people would not appreciate it. But I'm guessing that's not what you was doing. Here's Judgment Day. Johnny, what mean thing did he say as well? I'd like to know. Was there swearing involved? I'm sorry that I'm making you relive this. Also, I'm not sorry, because I find it very entertaining. D-Mac says you need to do a poll for the last match. Oh my god, you're right. I need to do a poll for every match. Oh my god, I'm just sat here having a lovely time. Johnny, you distracted me because you're touching strangers. Right, match score. This is for the Tiffany match. Forget the last match. We need to do the Tiffany match. Oh god, dude, you were right. Right, Judgment Day are making their way down. Oh my god, we're so far behind. Oh my god. Oh god, this is Tiffany versus... Forget everything you've seen. Think back to Tiffany versus Liv Morgan. What did you think of Tiffany against Liv Morgan? Right? Vote, 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 and vote quick because we've got another poll to do straight after. Right? Vote, 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 vote. Tiffany versus Liv. That's what you're voting on. Don't get confused. I don't want any confusion. It's Tiffany versus Liv Morgan first. That's what we're doing now. How many have we got? Keep getting them votes in. Vote quicker. I want to get as many votes in as possible so that we can move on to the next match. And we've got another match that's starting soon. It's very hard to know whose fault this is. It's very hard to know. Someone has made an admin error and it will be investigated. Johnny said, no, I wasn't touching his face. Oh, okay, fair play. But there was swearing, but not from me. My dad was swearing at the guy who was being, my dad said he almost punched the guy. Johnny, shout out to you. It sounds like you've had quite the experience. I mean, to be honest, I would say the vast majority of wrestling fans are drunken idiots, right? I would say pretty much 99% of everyone in the chat, and myself included, fall into that bracket. So I wouldn't take it personal. You know, when you get alcohol involved, it all goes out the window, doesn't it? So I wouldn't think about it. I wouldn't worry about it. That would be awkward. I'm trying to think how I would deal with it. I'd be like, chill out, man, chill out. I think I'd say something like that. And then if the person kept going on, I don't know, yeah, it would be awkward. Because they're just there, aren't they? I'd punch him in the face. That's what I'd punch him in the face. I'd have no other option. I would have been provoked into punching him in the face. I mean, I wouldn't do that, but I've got to live up to my hard man image, you know? You know that hard man image that I've managed to build up? You know that hard man image that I've got? James knows. James knows that I've got a hard man image. Right, keep getting the votes in. Is this the go home? Mate, this is the most go home show we've ever had. This is so go home because the actual pay-per-view starts in just over 8 hours. So this is the most go home SmackDown ever. Yes, right. Tiffany and Liv is what you're voting for. Tiffany and Liv. Okay, look, we've managed to get 170 odd votes. I always like to be about 200. That'll probably do us. Is that a fair reflection? I feel like you've had an opportunity here. If you've not voted, get your vote in because I am ending the poll very, very soon. It's Tiffany and Liv that we're voting for right now. Brian said Monday Night Raw, Friday Night SmackDown are good shows. Do they do good? Yeah. I enjoy them. I enjoy NXT. NXT has definitely felt like it's took a bit of a step down. But it's still worth a watch. There's still some really good stuff that goes on with NXT. And actually, I thought they set a few things up this week as well, so I am optimistic for the future. And all shows have a little lull, don't they? God knows Raw did. Raw had a lull of about 10 years. Right, we're definitely ending the poll now. You've had ample opportunity. So, the Tiffany match, 15, 18... 61 for thank you. Right now, Braun versus Dante Chen. Braun versus Dante Chen is what we're voting on now. Braun versus Dante Chen. Roman, we're just seeing a little video package for Roman. He has summoned Grayson Waller. When will we get that? Is it coming up now? No, it's LWO. Wild and Del Toro. Who's this? Electra Lopez. Hey, guys. Oh. LWO is basically dead. That's just a result of your choices. So Electra's got words. Oh, here's Berto and Angel attacking Wild and Del Toro. So sneak attack. We got a backstage attack going on at the moment. Go on, Berto! Oh, here's Santos Escobar. You turned your backs on me. This is the price to pay. And it's only the beginning. Yeah, I feel like this story does need a little bit of heat to it. It feels like it needs a... Oh, here's Alina. Where you been? Hey? Probably off cosplaying somewhere. Carlito off eating apples. These needed your help. Yeah, I feel like that needs an injection of something. It's lost a bit of its luster. Okay, we've got Judgment Day in the ring. They're going to be taking on Tyler Bate and Pete Dunne. Judgment Day versus... Okay, if these two are a tag team and they're now going to be called New Catch Republic or whatever stupid name they came up with, then why are they coming out with their own little intros? Come out as a team. Act as a team. Be a team. So, Tyler Bate and Pete Dunne. It still doesn't say New Catch Republic on screen. It still says them as Tyler Bate and Pete Dunne. But at least he is called Pete Dunne. And he's got his furry thing. And he's got his bruiserweight name. Is that... Oh, Pete Dunne. I'm so pleased Pete Dunne's back. Pete Dunne looks so much better than Butch. Butch was a loser. Pete Dunne's a winner. So, Pete Dunne coming down to the ring, gets into the ring. Tyler Bate rolls slowly into the ring. I love that image of Pete Dunne as well, where he's sort of like looking over his shoulder on the graphic with a dirty look on his face. Yeah, man. Stupid Butch. Can't believe the UK tournament was 7 years ago. Oof. Awful. Awful. I will gladly eat Otis Swedish meatball, said Kyle. Let's move on. David said, Days, I'm here for every shit. I know you are, David. And do you know what else, David? I know you're from Scotland. You've done an excellent job of drumming that in. I think that Randy, Seth, and Sammy should all hit their finishers on Roman to help Cody get the pin. David. I'm going to ask you a question, David. If they all hit their finishers on Roman and then Cody gets the pin, do you think people will then say that Cody didn't really win it himself and that he only won it because his friends basically won it for him and he just pinned him? That would be my concern. I think if Cody is going to win, I feel like he needs to win it. I think they can take out the people on the outside. They can deal with the solos and the jimmies and all that stuff. But then surely we have to just get down to mano y mano. Two guys battling to figure out who is the best. I know that the Bloodline have screwed many people. And so there'll be plenty of people going, no, they deserve to get screwed over themselves. But Cody is a babyface that's trying to finish the story. Do we want the story to be finished because a load of people beat up the champ for him? I don't know, man. I don't know. That would be my concern. That would be my concern. Is that the way that we honor Dusty Rhodes? By having a load of people beat up Roman for Cody? Surely Cody has to do it himself. Surely. Surely. But I don't disagree with you, because we can bring down a load of people to certainly help Cody even up the numbers. I completely agree. But I think their finishers might need to be hit on the solos, the jimmies, maybe even the Paul Heymans of the world. Maybe even the Rocks of the world. Imagine the Rocky in an RKO. Ooh. Ooh. There is the thought that Stone Cold could come down. He could hit a stunner on The Rock. That would be a pretty sick moment, wouldn't it? At WrestleMania 40, Stone Cold comes down. Mid-match, makes his way down. The Rock, referee's down. The Rock's interfering in the match. Ref's down. Rock's interfering. Oh my God. And The Rock looks up like he's seen a flipping ghost. As there's a can of whoop-ass making its way down to the ring. That would be sick, man. That would be sick. Or even better, Rock's in the ring, right? Ref's down. All of a sudden, it's the eye of the tiger, it's the thrill of the... Rocky makes his way down. Bum 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 bum. We're in Philadelphia. We're trying to get Sylvester Stallone. We'll have Rocky come down, knock out the Rock. Rocky and the Rock in the ring at the same time. All that stuff. Amazing. Stomped there by Pete Dunne. King Yeti, shout out to you, my friends. They should be called Dunne baiting. Dunne baiting. Oh. Dunne baiting. I'm trying to figure out what that sounds like. I don't know if it's like some sort of a American Pie type film. Dunne baiting. Dunne baiting? Don't know. Feel like that feels like something, and it's not a tag team. Dunne baiting. Oh, big kick there by JD McDonough. Dunne baiting. It sounds like you've finished something naughty, doesn't it? To be honest. Right, how many hours are left? I'm done baiting. Just saying. Just saying, King Yeti. It's what my brain thinks, and then it just comes out. Defcon Prime said, I guess the brainwashing of these two is worn off. The brainwashing of these two has worn off. What two? Who's been brainwashed? Who's been brainwashed? Tyler Bate, Pete Dunne. Who's been what are we on about? What are we talking about? I feel like we've had so many different conversations that I don't know where we are anymore. But Defcon Prime, shout out to you. Alchemouser said The Rock is scared of Rocky. What a moment. What, I mean, it would take Sylvester Stallone about half an hour to get to the ring, I'd imagine, at his age. But, scenes. Absolute scenes. Triple H should hit The Rock with a sledgehammer, said Little JB. What's the match score for? Nothing. Because it's gone. And it was actually Bron Breakker against Dante Chen. up to speed again now, which is good. And now I've got Rocky in my brain. The Rock is scared of Roman. He avoided Roman 2 years in a row. Let's go. Have you put that on Twitter? I'd just be interested in some of the responses you get. Because some of them Rock fans are not pleased, man. Some of them Roman fans are not pleased as well, actually. Do you know, there's a lot of Roman fans that wanted The Rock because I think they knew that Rock Roman would probably result in Roman retaining. So a lot of those Roman fans are against the Cody match. Okay, we just got an advert, of course, for Elimination Chamber. We are 4 minutes away from the halfway point. Is it too early for halftime scores? I think so. We'll wait for the next break. JD McDonough could pass for Tyrion Lannister's bigger brother from Game of Thrones, said BB Yipsy. Triple Double Dog dare you to tweet that, said Elka Meltzer. I wanted Rock versus Roman too, said Austin. Well, we haven't even had Rock versus Roman 1, so I don't know why you would want Rock versus Roman 2. Colm said, whatever happened to Sheamus? Will he return tomorrow? Well, he's been teasing confronting Gunther, so I don't think he'll come back tomorrow. I think that there's a chance you see him on Monday. You could see him on Monday, because he has very much been teasing going after the Ring General. Trini, people saying loads. Trini Days, I'm on TikTok whilst I'm listening to you, says Marty. Marty, shout out to you. Hope TikTok is well. Scottish Nightmare said, I want Rock versus Roman, but only when it makes sense. Dro said, I wanted Rock Roman as well. I want Haku to get a WrestleMania moment. No sell solos Samoan Spike and give The Rock a Tongan death grip. If you smell what the croc is farting, said K-pop lover. I'm guessing you're not a fan, bud. Ernest said if Triple H was smart, he could have booked Rock Roman for Saturday. Fred says that Sheamus is in AEW now, which is definitely news to Sheamus. Right, we've got, we're back to the action. We got an Enziguri kick there by Pete Dunne. He goes over another Enziguri to Dirty Dominic Mysterio. Nando said, it doesn't matter what you want. Beautiful German there by Peter. Double stomp. Ah, love that scream by JD. These two obviously know each other very, very well. Look at this. This is Pete Dunne, Tyler Bate, and Jordan Devlin, all from that UK tournament. Doing it on SmackDown. Here we are, eh? Here we are. Grabbing a hold of the nose of JD McDonough. Jordan Devlin, I mean, I feel like JD McDonough's got a bad name in the sense of he's just been buried loads. Jordan Devlin was sort of getting somewhere, actually. Dirty Dom comes to the rescue of JD McDonough. Shots coming in on Dominic Mysterio. He gets driven back into the corner. Pete Dunne is pounding away on Dirty Dom. Tyler doing the same. Tyler throwing in some big shots. I don't know that those strikes look brilliant, but either way, Dominic comes over. He's got him on his shoulders. Are we aeroplane spinning? We are. Aeroplane spin. Airplane spin. Oh, that's good by Dom as well. He had his arms out, his legs out. Look good. Roll up by JD. Handful of tights. Goes over. Tyler. Airplane spin. Arms out. Legs out. It looks great, doesn't it? Crowd are going to love that as well. I mean, the crowd love the Cesaro swing. And we don't have that anymore, of course. So there is a definite space for an airplane spin. And it's old school and amazing. Flipping airplane spin. They were doing that in the flipping 40s. Going for a cover there by Pete Dunne as Dominic makes the save. Not a bad little match, this, is it? Not a bad little match. Lovely shot coming in there by Tyler. Tyler goes over the top to the outsides. Clothesline by Pete Dunne as Dominic goes to the outsides. Oof. JD with a kick to the left. Oh my God, straight over by Pete Dunne. Ah, man, beautiful chop. Oh, forearm. Ah, missed Enziguri. Looking for a German, but he lands on his feet, Peter. Against the ropes, goes for a clothesline, no joy. Spanish fly. 1, 2. Oh, kick out by Pete Dunne. Kick out by Pete Dunne. Great action. Yeah, really fun. Peter. Right, we've got JD going up top. He's going to launch himself. Big move. Oh, man, that looked brutal with the knees up. He got some serious height on that moonsault. Headbutt there by JD. Pete Dunne got the knees up. JD, 619. Referee didn't see. As Dirty Dominic Mysterio, but bang by Tyler Bate. Sold really well by Dom. Love how he fell on the edge of the ring and then flopped off. Snapping of the fingers. Tyler Bate gets in the ring. They're going to look to pick up JD. JD is planted down. Tyler, 1, 2, 3. It's a win for Pete Dunne, Tyler Bates. That is not going to be the biggest surprise in the world, considering they've got a championship match coming up in just a few hours. Here is Finn and Damian. Finn Balor, Damian Priest making their way down to the ring. He gets nailed by Tyler. Damian Priest grabs Pete Dunne. Grabs a hold of Tyler and Pete Dunne. These two throwing in some shots back to Damian Priest. Big shot. Damian Priest goes down. Wow. This is fun, isn't it? And this match really needs a build. They didn't get anything during that press event. So Tyler Bate and Pete Dunne managed to avoid Finn and Damian Priest. Then they even nailed Dominic and JD on the outside of the ring. Pete Dunne, eh? I think Judgment Day will retain, said Dro. Tyler said Cody beats Roman, but the Bloodline will get attacked by Seth, Jay, Sammy, and Randy. Then Brock returns and wipes out everyone, and then challenges Cody. Thoughts? Cody beats Roman. Yes. Seth, Jay, Sammy, and Randy. Then Brock returns. No. No. There is legal action, is there, not going on at the moment, which involves Brock. And until that's concluded, and we don't even know how that's going to go, I cannot see Brock being around. WWE are doing anything and everything in their power to say this is a new company, this is a new era, we're moving forwards. New. You can't have Brock around. Because he is just a constant reminder of those allegations, because he is involved in those allegations. Johnny said, the Chamber starts at 3 a.m. I think I'll probably watch it on Sunday. I've got kamikazes. I don't want to be too tired. I don't know what that is. But, listen, so many people are going to watch this at their leisure. If you're watching it live, we're here. We are going to be here hours before, during the kickoff show, during the event. We'll do the unseen video after. We know what we're doing. You do what you need to do. Because I appreciate that time-wise it is awkward. So, Yeah, it's one of those. To be honest, I don't have any. It's quite chilled for me, actually. I don't have any expectations this weekend. I don't have any concern about, like, oh, I hope there's a few people around. It's such a weird show at such a weird time, and I'm just going to let it do what it does. I'm pretty chilled. Normally, I'm like, oh, we need to, can we get to 1,000 likes and all that kind of stuff? It's going to be chilled. It's the new me, guys. It's the new me. I've got a feeling Undertaker is going to be at Elimination Chamber. He didn't fly all that way to not be, said Eric. It's a good point, Eric. Also, Eric, thank you. Eric got me, I believe it was Eric that got me unblocked by Adam Pearce. Amazing. I was very excited in the Unseen video. I'm still excited now. Justin said, apparently WWE had trouble getting Elimination Chamber to Australia because of pirates. Oh, here we go. Look, we've got Logan, we've got Austin Theory, we've got Grayson Waller. Here's Kevin Owens. Are you lot just going to stand here and look at yourselves? What a hobby. I hope you find a way to bring those brass knuckles to Australia. I hope you get caught trying to bring those brass knuckles to Australia and send you back, said Kevin Owens. Logan's like, why didn't we jump him? Oh, here's Heyman. I never like that guy, says Paul. And quite the history they've got as well. Tribal Chief wants to talk to you. Now. Logan's like, there was a little bromance there between Austin Theory and Logan, wasn't there? Look at us. Yeah, look at us, bro. Thank you. Right, here's B-Fab. Coming out with Bobby. Coming out with the Street Profits. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. There's no red cups now, is there? It's weird, isn't it? What are we doing? So we've sort of got rid of the red cups. They're making their way down to the ring. I still think that ring gear needs to look better. I know that Bianca makes it, but it's not that it's badly made. I just don't think it's classy enough. I think it's too busy. It's too busy. There's too much going on. Sometimes, guys, less is more. And I keep trying to tell myself that with the Unseen videos that go on for 58 minutes. But I just don't listen to myself. Right, where are we? We're coming up to 150. Keep getting your votes in for Judgment Day against Tyler Bate and Pete Dunne. WWE just won't let the Street Profits die, said Justin. Days, actually, I really want Brock back, and then we can have Rock versus Brock. It is my dream match. We have had that before. You can find your dream match on the WWE Network. Right, let's go to what I like to call halftime scores. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. I really want to know your halftime scores. Put it in the chat. Halftime scores. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. Are you happy or you sad? Halftime scores. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. I should get that recorded. If I got it recorded, I could just press play then. Just sit here like this. Get in your scores. think, did I share? I didn't. I didn't share the link to this stream. So there is maybe people that don't even know we're live. So let me deal with that little issue first, and then we will read out the scores. There we go. There it is. There it is. That's interesting. That is also a problem. Right, 7 said Danny D. Danny D, shout out to you, my friend. I bet I know what's happened there. I bet I know what's happened there. It's alright, I've got my account sending out links to Elimination Chamber stream, which is clearly not happening right now. But I've got them all scheduled, I do them in advance. And so I'm looking at it going, why is it sending them out now? And so I somehow have made a mistake. Unusual for me, I know. Right, we've got, what's happening with Dakota? What's up with Dakota? What's this? Don't know what's happened, but Dakota needs medical attention. Right, Street Profits making their way down. Right, Wisp said 7.5, let him in, said 7. 1 Minute Wrestler, Jesse Jackhammer with a 7. LS Dub with a 6. Marty B with a 7. EST with a 6. Dominic the Writer with a 6. Draco with a 7.5. Dre with an 8. Travis with a 6.5. George with a 6. Fred with a 5. One Wolf with an 8. Eric with a 7. Trini with a 7. Quilver with a 7. William with a 7.65. Larry with a 6, Denis with an 8, Ernest with a 5, Ray with an 8.5, Pill Skin with a 6.5, WWE Fan with a 7, Stephen with a 7, Trini with a 7, Norma with a 6, Anthony with a 6, Let Him In with a 7, EST with a 6.5, Stephen with a 7, Trey with a 6, Highwell with a 7, Brony with a 6.25, Alan with a 6.5, Tammy with a 6, Disloyal with a 6, Billy with a 7.1, 1 Minute Wrestler with a 7, Exposing 7.5, Legend 7.5, Uncle Howdy with a 6, Christopher says 7, Terry 6.5, Brony 6.25, Danny D with a 7, Stephen with a 7, K-Pop Lover with a 40 out of 10, Eric with a 7, Lilith with a 6, Disloyal Cream with a 6, Yangi with an 8, Chris with a 9 out of 10, Dro with a 6, Guarfa with a 6.5, EST with a 6, Harvey with a 3, DMAC with a 7. There we go. Right, let's end the poll. And we have got our next match. I need to record these. So that was 11. 39, 43, and 4. Right, now we've got Street Profits against AOP. Street Profits against AOP. So Street Profits, AOP is the match we got now. And let's turn it up a little bit. We've got Akam. Razor is in there now. Grabbing a hold, throwing in a big shot there to Montez. On the outside is Scarlett. Carrion is out there as well. Shot to the midsection by this is a difficult task, this, for the Profits. Drop kick there by the Street Profits. Oh, beautiful teamwork here by the Street Profits. Lovely. Dawkins with a cover. Kick out. Lovely work. Tag being made. AOP working well as a team. We got both members in there right now. Akam throwing in some big shots. Bobby on the outside. Dakota speaks so little, I tend to forget what she sounds like. If you need to ask who Paul Ellering is, then you're a fake-ass wrestling fan, says James. Or new to wrestling. Or maybe young. Against the ropes goes Angelo Dawkins. Over the top. Comes down on AOP. Chris said, Paul Ellering does not appear to ever age. Dawkins, all kind of fired up. WWE fans said Dakota attacked by an invisible woman. It's the newest signing. Aldis has done it again, ladies and gentlemen. He doesn't miss. Johnny said, I'm afraid Cody won't finish the story at WrestleMania because The Rock is going to get involved. Jimmy will get involved. Solo will get involved. And I will be angry. Well, listen, if he doesn't finish the story, whose fault is it? It's Cody's fault. He is going into WrestleMania fully aware of what he has to do. And it is not just beat Roman. It is deal with the bloodline, right? He needs to think of himself as a general that is going to war, not just against Roman, but against a whole faction. Might be a singles match, but we all know it ain't going to be a singles match. There's going to be plenty of outside interference. We know it. Seth knows it. Cody knows it. So if that is going to be the case, he's only got himself to blame. He's got weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks to come up with a plan. So if he's going to be a flipping idiot, right, and go into that match unprepared, it's his fault. I want Sammy and Jay to lose at Mania and then turn on Cody, said KD. It's bizarre how Google Adverts has a player who hasn't played all season. Erase Your Mind says, hashtag Cody's fault. Dakota Kai has been beaten up by Vacant. Alan said, it's also scripted. Well, yes, but we're not meant to think about that, are we? Not meant to think about it scripted. Otherwise, everything would say it's scripted. Jenny said, we all know the Avengers are going to assemble for Captain Cody. Relax, crybabies. Even I have to admit, you're a bit whiny now. What do you mean we're a bit whiny? Shut up. Cody's got to finish his story. Whiny. God, bad attitude you have. Cody's got to finish his story. It's the most important thing in the world. Right, we are back from commercial break. Where are we with the show? We've got 40 minutes left to go. 40 minutes, just over 40 minutes actually, of this week's SmackDown. Main event tonight looks like it's going to be LA Knight against Drew McIntyre. And what is Roman going to say to Grayson Waller? What's going to go down there? We've got a few little interesting bits happening backstage. Obviously, we've just seen Dakota Kai almost cry because she's been attacked. Montez goes down as there's a cover to kick out. B-Fab looking concerned. AOP in control. We don't give a... How often Days wears a black shirt? I got asked that question the other day. I think it was in comments, actually, to one of the videos. Someone said, why do you always wear a black shirt? And the answer is, because I went to Primark, which is a super cheap shop. And I just bought a load of them. You've got to be quite careful if you use a green screen. Like, blues and greens don't work with a green screen. Like, it depends on the blue, but different shades of blue, lighter blues, certainly greenier blues, and green, you just go see-through. So you do have to be quite careful with what you wear. So I just went and bought a load of black shirts. That's it. That's it. Could I have gone and got some yellow shirt? Well, maybe, but even yellow can be a bit dodgy, actually. That's got, like, green in there, hasn't it? So even that in certain... So you have to be so careful. Red. I could have bought a load of red shirts. But I didn't. Because I'm dull. Listen, I'm a wrestling fan. Pretty much all the wrestling t-shirts are black. This is exactly the same as what most wrestling fans wear. It's just missing the design on the front. Because pretty much every wrestling shirt tends to be black. Roman is going to have Grayson, Logan, and Theory ambush Cody, Seth, and the rest of the bloodline tomorrow, said AF Chris. Black's a good colour to wear, says Sunny. Well, yes. Maybe I could mix it up. I mean, I do have the odd grey shirt as well. If I want to inject a little bit of excitement into my life, I can always pop on a grey t-shirt. I might have a few beige upstairs as well. I tend to break the beige out for if I'm going on a date or a special evening, of course. That would be a bit too exciting for the streams. Kick coming in there by Dawkins. He's been hot tagged. Oh, AOP are really up against it here, you know. Really up against it. Bobby and B-Fab on the one side. Carrion and Scarlett on the other. I remember the lead singer of OMC before he died was from New Zealand, says Carl. Okay, we've got Dawkins going over to the corner. Big boot there by Akam. Akam coming over, looking to make the tag. Razor steps in. We've got the beginning of the end here against the ropes. Boom! Dawkins goes down. 1, 2. Oh, saved by Montez. Scarlett screams out. Yeah! Over 2. Oh my God, that was cool. So he got hurled, Montez, up to the outside. As he's in the air, he's like, no! Oh! Okay, here we go. Authors of Pain about to send this home, I think, as Dawkins is picked up, but a drop kick by Dawkins. Or a kick out. Do you see how Montez's ring gear is a different colour to Dawkins? Dawkins has got yellow, Montez has got gold. Wow. Super blockbuster 2. Save. Oh, hello, fireflies. Why are the fireflies out? Why are the fireflies out? Fireflies are in the arena. To the outside. Kick coming into the midsection there by Montez. Scooped up, lands on his feet. Beautiful Enziguri kick there by Montez. Goes over, shakes the ropes. There's Paul Ellering. I don't feel like they've shown Paul Ellering very much. Scarlett trying to distract. Carrion pushes Montez. Bobby races round. Big clothesline by Bobby. Bobby and Carrion. Into the barricade goes Carrion. Ah, look at those. Look at the girls. Look at the women in the front row. They're like, oh. Carrion Cross is almost in their lap. Oh, Bobby. Ah, back elbow. Tell you what, Carrion and Bobby at WrestleMania one-on-one. That'd be pretty sick. He's got a chair and boom into the arm of Bobby. Oh my God. Big boot to the side of the head. Montez goes down. Tag being made. AOP in control. Ellerin likes what he's seeing at the moment. And that's going to put Montez away. It's done. AOP win. AOP win. But there was plenty of outside interference. But it's a win for Akam and Razor. Some of the ugliest carnage you will ever witness, says Wade Barrett. Man, he just proper smashed him in the arm, didn't he? Proper walloped him. Johnny said, I was at SmackDown. The Rock drove by me and his window was down. And he said, can you smell what the Rock is cooking? And I told him Rocky sucks, and he rolled his window back up. I mean, I don't believe any of that happened, but it's fun to think that it did. Right, we've got Akam, Razor, Carrion, Scarlett, Paul Ellerin, all in the entranceway. We're backstage with Dakota Kai. She's in pain. What's happening? Nick Aldis is in there. Here's Bailey. Here's Bailey. Can you leave us for a second? No, she needs treatment. Damage control jumped me. Did they? Did they jump her? I don't like the fact we didn't see it. Did they? I don't trust her. Don't trust her. We're going to make them pay, says Dakota. We didn't see it happen. Doesn't feel good, does it? Don't trust Dakota. She has previous. So does Liv Morgan. Bailey, you can't be this gullible, said Cleveland Brown. Their acting has not been good. What is this writing when Bloodline drops like 5 words and does so much more, said Wisp. Days, who is the old guy? Who is the old guy? Old guy. The one that was in the room, Nick Aldis. That one. Don't believe her, Bailey. I don't buy Dakota's words. I think we're all on the same page, aren't we? I don't believe it either. No one believes it. Not even Al. Al said, I trust Dakota Kai. But he doesn't mean that. There's huge roaches in AZ. I'm glad I don't live there anymore. Larry said it's a trap. It's a trap. Eric said, I don't trust Dakota. Cleveland said Dakota is going for a 3-peat of betrayals. Tegan Knox, Raquel Rodriguez, and now Bailey. Don't trust Dakota. Rick said you could see her ribs eat something already. I mean, to be honest, that's not why I don't trust her. I don't trust her because I didn't see the attack. And she was being very OTT with a... Oh. And the doctors haven't checked her over yet. Has there even been an attack? I'm questioning everything right now. Is she even called Dakota Kai? Because I saw a video where she was called Evie. Yeah? So I've got big questions. Big questions. Dominic said Dakota wasn't convincing. I don't trust her. To quote Admiral Akbar, it's a trap, says Chris. Brony said, I don't really think we get Logan LA Knight at Mania. There's no build for Logan LA Knight. Meanwhile, they're building KO Logan very heavily. Well, maybe. The only thing I would say is that the build for Logan LA Knight could start at Elimination Chamber. Kevin Owens has just been in a feud with Logan. Like they just faced at Royal Rumble, so you would expect them to still be kind of in each other's spheres. But we might not have just took that next step forward yet. So I'm still looking at LA Knight Logan, but I do agree it hasn't. The build has not started yet. Does that start in a few hours' time? In Tiffy time? DK said Ryback has been spotted in Perth. That's big. That is big. It is brilliant to know that he has managed to get himself a ticket to the show. Because I can only imagine he is there as a spectator. But in all fairness, I don't think it was sold out. So, listen, we all love WWE. Let him live his life. Let him enjoy himself. If he wants to go and watch, he can go and watch. Yeah. What's your prediction for AEW in 5 years? Also, is Tommy streaming? Also, Tommy is streaming. Is there a TNA thing going on? Is that why? I do remember him saying there was going to be a streaming war. We're involved in a streaming war right now. And with half an hour to go, I've literally just been told about it. Yeah, well, if he is live, then go and say hello to Tommy. He is live, and I think is it a TNA thing? And what was the question? The question was, I was distracted by the fact we're in a war. It's TNA No Surrender, says James. Thank you. I can't remember the question. But guys, we are at war. Right, we are just looking back at the press event. Whoa. I don't believe Ryback is in Perth, said Stone. He cannot afford the ticket. Okay, yeah, this is where she threw Prime on her and then bounced the bottle off her head. And Nia did. You'll do nothing. You'll do nothing. And she didn't do anything. Do you know what? Mommy Rhea came across as a real bully in that to me. But here we go. Who cares? Here's Roman. Here's Roman. Here's Heyman. My tribal chief. This is Grayson Waller. Grayson comes in. This is big, isn't it? He's looking around. He takes a seat. Solo. Just give the order. That's all Solo's thinking. I want to tell you something, but it's for your ears only. He leans forward. And they cut away. Well, what did he tell him? I'm going to tell you something, but it's for your ears only. Oh, God. What's he said? I've got a crush on Tiffany Stratton. Can you pass a message? Do you reckon that's what he said? Listen, I fancy a bit of Tiffy time. Yeah? I believe she'll be in Australia. Can you just pass the word on for me? Yeah, tell her. Tribal Chief says she fit. She's fit. Would she like to be the tribal queen? We know what he says in 7 hours. Yeah, but that's in 7 hours. Do you know what I mean? The me that's here now wants to know. The me that's here now is jealous of the me in 7 hours. But if Ryback is in Perth, then that would explain why the Pirates were trying to take the chamber. Perhaps it was him. Perhaps he was trying to steal the chamber. Do you reckon he's got an eye patch on and a fake parrot? And he's, trying to get the chamber through, are ye? Trying to get the chamber to Australia, are they? That's a pirate, by the way. That was my impression of Ryback being a pirate. One match to go. What's this? What's that graphic? Ding, ding, ding. One match to go. Is brought to you by Credit One Bank. What's that? Never seen that before. One match to go. Shouldn't it say like main event? Wouldn't that be better? It wasn't one match to go. Right, LA Knight. Yeah. DK said Roman told him how he saved 15% on his auto insurance. Ah, that's so good. That's really good. That's really good. Listen, it's for your ears only. Have you heard of Progressive and the offer that they're running at the moment, right? I can get you in with an exclusive deal. I wonder how Grayson would react to that. Because Grayson can't really say it. I think Grayson would have to sign up, wouldn't he? Can't turn down the tribal chief. He probably leaves the room. He's like, I've just bought car insurance. I think I've just bought car and home insurance. I'm not sure. Why have you done that? You've already got that. Yeah, no, but it was the tribal chief. He made me. He made me. I had no option. Oh my God. Imagine if he was like an undercover agent for selling different insurances, and one by one he calls in the locker room and intimidates them. He could make some good money. That's not a bad little side hustle that he could have going on. You should drop him an email. Send him a letter. Roman Reigns at Island of Relevancy. Right. LA Knight versus Drew McIntyre. Yeah. I thought Roman and The Rock were not appearing at Elimination Chamber. They're not meant to. I'm not expecting them to. Simple said, I have a question. What is your prediction for AEW in 5 years? I don't have one. I don't have a prediction. I mean, I think they'll still be here. I don't think they will have folded. I don't know where they'll be. I don't know if they'll still be on Warner Brother Discovery. But I think they'll still be here. I think this is a passion project for Tony. I think that he is going to try and find ways of not losing as much money as he has lost. Where it'll be and what it'll look like, I'm not sure. But, you know, I mean, he's been around 5 years already, and there's no sign of him, like, halting with his investments. You know, we're 5 years in, and he's still bringing in the likes of Ospreay, Okada, Mercedes Moné. Do you know what I mean? So, there's no sign that there's going to be any issues over the next year or two. So, 5 years, I think they're still here. Now, whether they've actually progressed and, like, you know, grown, I mean, we don't. It's hard to know in it because we just don't know on what night the show's going to be. I think this could get quite interesting if they. It would be maybe in their interest. Some might disagree, but I think it might be in their interest to go up against Raw, because then you really have a Monday Night War going. You know, at the moment, like AEW, you don't really need to pay any attention if you're not interested. It's on a Wednesday. It's on a Wednesday. It's on a Friday night after SmackDown. It's on a Saturday. And, you know, if WWE ever goes up against Collision, it's such a mismatch that I don't think people pay attention. You know, they've even started moving Collision off Saturdays sometimes. So I sort of think, like, if they went up against a Raw, they'd lose. But they could at least start getting a bit of buzz online, you know? Do you remember when it was them against NXT and the ratings used to be posted each week? Well, that was them beating NXT. If they were to go up against Raw, the only problem you've got is we just don't know we won't know the numbers of Raw on Netflix, will we? We won't know the numbers. They don't issue the numbers for viewerships on Netflix. So, I don't know. If you think back though, when they were going up against NXT on a Wednesday, there was lots of talk, and there was lots of like waiting for the ratings to come in to see how the two shows have done. Now, really, you don't have to pay it any attention. I don't really pay it. I don't look for the result. I get told the results. I don't really look for the results. Bailey and Dakota are going to be taking on the Kabuki Warriors next Friday. Bailey and Dakota against the Kabuki Warriors next Friday. Gotta think that the belts don't need to be involved, but gotta think they probably are. Carlito is taking on Santos Escobar. Carlito against Santos Escobar in a street fight. Okay, we're backstage with Bobby. God, this medical room's been busy. Bobby. Here's Drew. I'll pray for you. Little smirk on Drew's face. I'll pray for you. Oh. I wish I could get into other wrestling brands beside WWE, but I can't, says DK. Listen, each to their own. I've said before, like, you don't have to. If you are someone that just loves wrestling, loves different wrestlers, gets into different wrestlers, that helps you get into different companies, and you can watch loads of different companies, that's awesome. That's brilliant. But if you just watch WWE, that's awesome. It's a bit strange. It's a bit like watching, like, I don't know, football and enjoying the Premier League. There's people that watch the Bundesliga and La Liga and all these leagues. But then there is people that just watch the Premier League. But then there's people that are watching the Saudi League, the MLS, like all these like different football leagues. So it's just down to personal taste, time. You know, how much time have you got? How much time can you invest? What appeals to you about wrestling? What do you enjoy? Is there another company out there that's providing that? WWE are quite uniquely positioned because they really focus on presentation. They really focus on character, and they really focus on like storyline, and not so much on match quality. And there's not many promotions that are doing that. A lot of promotions out there are just trying to put on great matches. You know, certainly in the indies, they don't quite know who they're getting. So, like, they really dial in on, oh, we've got this person against this person. You know, they don't always dial in to, like, storylines on the indies. MLW, where they've got their own roster, of course, that's different. Or TNA, that's different, because they've got their own rosters. But, I don't know, maybe if you enjoy this, you'd enjoy TNA. They're having a bit of a revival at the moment. I'm guessing you will have checked out AEW and that wasn't to your taste. I can't say that you'd appreciate New Japan. New Japan is, I think, very different to WWE. Do you know a promotion that I've never given a chance? And that's CMLL. I've never sat down and tried to watch one of their shows. I have no idea what they're like. I know they're doing a lot of stuff with AEW at the moment. Here's Logan. Scottish Nightmare said, I prefer promos to match quality, to be honest. I did watch some AEW clips. They're very far in between. I don't have a bad thing to say about AEW. I just don't get into it the same way. James is chanting for TNA as Logan is making his way down. I would love to watch some CMLL, says LS Dub. Do you know, I was looking at the results of that Wrestling Observer Awards. We looked at them earlier. Best European star went to Will Ospreay. Best Mexican star went to Mystico. And I meant to look to see if them two had ever faced. Because... are they chanting Logan Paul? Oh, they chanting LA Knight. The crowd were chanting for something. Logan just jumps up on the barricades. I think they were chanting LA Knight. Yeah, I was interested in if we'd ever had Mystico against Ospreay, because that's the best in Mexico right now, according to Wrestling Observer Newsletter Awards, and the best in Europe right now. Yeah. I don't think they have. But that would be a match I'd like to see. I'd like to see Mystico against Will Ospreay. If that really is the best of Mexico against the best of Europe, that would be a pretty sick match to make, wouldn't it? And AEW could probably make that match because they've got that relationship with CMLL. I'd love to see that match. Could be generational. They're chanting Logan sucks, said Dro. Oh, thank you. Okay, so Drew is in the ring with LA Knight. I need to change this at the bottom. We've got 15 minutes. Drew McIntyre versus LA Knight. Yeah. LA Knight smashes into Drew McIntyre. LA Knight getting back into the ring. Logan Paul goes to AEW, sent Flint the squishy fish. Tony is a trash booker, says Internet Menace. Alan said, Logan Paul is fantastic in the ring, but I just can't stand him. LA Knight gets hurled on the outside of the ring. I think we're about to go to commercial break. We need to catch up with a few... Well, we've got one we need to catch up with. Kevin Owens has come out. He's going to jump onto the commentary. And it looks like Drew is going to slingshot LA Knight into the underside of the ring. Drew does slingshot LA Knight. Oh, right in his chest. That did look brutal, man. That did look brutal. He slingshotted LA Knight into the underside of the ring. Okay, and we're going to commercial break. So, Defcon Prime said Cody versus Roman, a lumberjack match, like Hogan Macho Man 85, which led to Hogan Bundy at WrestleMania 2, could set up Cody's first title defense. I wouldn't be against that, actually. I wouldn't be against that. I wouldn't be against a lumberjack match. You know, it's quite interesting what we do after Cody wins. Once Cody becomes champion, we're so focused on finish the story. We haven't thought about what we do when we actually get a match. How we actually go about like building his title reign. I would be all right with that. I'd be all right with that. I think Cody against The Rock is a match that feels quite interesting as well, if we can get that over the line. Cody against The Rock, considering everything that's happened. If we could do that maybe at SummerSlam, that'd be pretty sick. And then you can do Rock Roman at WrestleMania 41. He grabs the ring to pull himself up into position. It's hilarious, says Rick. Logan's theme song is awful, said David. Yeah, well, I don't know where it's come from. I don't know if that's one that he's done himself. I don't know if that was one that he's put together. But I agree, it's not. I would have thought it would have been a bit better than it is. Sometimes the chase is better than actually getting the title, and after that is very true. Yeah, the money, they say, is in the chase, and I think we're so focused on the match of him finishing the story in WrestleMania, that match, that we're not really focused on what happens when he gets the belt. But I hope WWE are. Vince said Cody has a lot of people to face: Solo, Carrion, Gunther, etc. Kieran said LA Knight, yeah, and Becky to win the Elimination Chamber. Disloyal Cream said almost every current WWE theme song is awful. That is also true, to be honest. It is really not as strong as when Jim Johnston was around or CFO $. Yeah, I don't disagree with you. Don't disagree. They're not as they just seem so generic. They just seem like they could really fit anyone, you know? Maybe part of the problem is that back in the day the gimmicks were so strong that the theme songs could fit like a little bit more snug, a bit more specific. Whereas now, maybe because people are just more themselves, you know, a Sami Zayn, a Kevin Owens, a Drew McIntyre. I suppose Drew's got the Scottish thing he can lean into. But, yeah, the themes have become more generic. I do agree with you. Definitely gone are the days where we have an Undertaker theme. I suppose, I mean, Stone Cold, you know, the breaking glass, that was amazing. What a fantastic decision that was, to have that breaking glass at the start of his theme. Chop coming in. Chop coming in there by LA Knight, firing it back to Drew. I like the Creed Brothers theme, said WWE fan. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Don't they have to wrestle in like 6 hours? They do, but this was taped. Going over and grabbing LA Knight. Stomping on the side of the head of LA Knight. Wade Barrett said, this might be waiting for you both inside the Elimination Chamber. Drew back in the corner with LA Knight. We got 9 minutes to go. Chop coming. It's all Drew at the moment. Stone Cold's theme might have been the most legendary, said Hawks. David said, I think superstars need to start using their voice in their themes, like Big Show and Cena, says David. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. I think part of the problem is that the themes all sound very similar. Like, you could actually take someone's theme and just give it to someone else, and it would just be... It would fine. It would work. They're just very samey. I feel like there's not the same variation that we've seen in the past. Very difficult thing to do, though. Very difficult thing to do because, well, I don't know. I mean, like, you would have to kind of really lean into the gimmicks more. You know, you'd have to have like a country theme for a country person. You'd have to have like a heavy metal theme for someone that's a bit more metal. You'd have to have like a rap theme for... Do you know what I mean? Like, you'd have to explore the different genres. I'd come out to Mongolian throat singing, because no one's got that as a theme. And it would be very unique. Kevin Owens says he doesn't live on YouTube or social media. He doesn't get the reference of what Logan just said. McIntyre going over to the corner. So commentary are having a little bicker as Drew goes to the outside. Kevin Owens is like, whoa, he just jumped over the top rope. Corey Graves is like, yeah, he's got freakish athletic. I love the fact that Kevin Owens has never seen him do that before, considering the amount of shows they must have been on together. Big superplex there by LA Knight as Drew gets his shoulder up. DK said the guitar riff towards the end of Bayley's theme reminds me of the guitar riff in The Rock's theme. Oh, I'll have to... I can't say I've noticed that. I'll have to give it a listen. That's interesting. I think a lot of us, DK, are going to listen out for that now. LA Knight then grabbing Drew. He's trying to pick him up. Drew lands on his feet, kick to the midsection, looking for a future shock DDT. Connects. Puko said they don't need to use their voice. Like every one of us thought wrestlers sang their own theme songs back in the day anyway. Drew is in the corner, looking to hit the Claymore. LA Knight slowly getting back up to his feet. Drew, 2, 1. Oh, LA Knight moves out the way. LA Knight goes to the outsides. Grabs Drew, smashes him into the commentary table, and again. Crowd are yearing away as Drew is being smashed repeatedly into the commentary table. Yeah! Boom! LA Knight gets back into the ring. Jumps back to the outside, goes over to Logan Paul, gets right in his face. Shot coming in there by Drew. Drew grabbing LA Knight. LA Knight getting hurled into Kevin Owens. Kevin Owens goes down. Drew with LA Knight. LA Knight being thrown back into the ring as well. Ziggler. Oh, we've got outside interference. Kevin Owens. Now we've got Owens getting knocked into Logan Paul. LA Knight throwing in some shots to Drew. Drew getting thrown into the ring. I'm sure we're going to see Kevin and Logan getting in the ring as well. We are. These 4 guys are in there. Obviously, Bobby and Randy are the other 2. Here's Bobby! Does that mean Randy's coming out? And a kick coming in there by Logan. Kevin Owens spins Logan round looking for a stunner. Logan gets stunned. Bobby with a spear. Kevin Owens goes to the outside. So Bobby's got his arm bandaged after what happened earlier with Carrion. But it's not stopped him. Ah! Claymore! It's going to say it's not stopped him cleaning house, but that Claymore did. Isn't it funny how they were playing Bobby's music, and because Drew hit the Claymore, they've now switched the music round. Drew, people are like, look out, that's got to be Orton! Orton! RKO! Randy Orton! Are they going to change to his music now? Randy Orton with an RKO. Yeah, they are! God, we're getting a medley. We're getting a medley of everyone's themes. Randy goes over to the corner. He's big, isn't he? Look at the size of Randy Orton. It's big. RKO. DM Hunk is going to win the Elimination Chamber, said Cleveland Brown. Kind of pumped we don't have to wait that long for Elimination Chamber, said K-Dub. Fortnite. See you soon. Is there going to be a little backstage thing, or is that it? Oh, that's it. Damn it! I was really hoping that there was going to be a little final thing with Roman, just a little final tease. But there wasn't, unfortunately. Where did Orton come from? Under the ring. Well, his mother and his father loved each other very much. And one magical evening, let's get it on. Right, if we go over to Wrestling Days clips, obviously I need to get your score for this show before you all go running away, right? Make sure that you vote, because we're trying to collect the votes as to what people thought about the shows, even this go-home show. What did you think about WWE Smackdown? What did you think about WWE Smackdown? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, was it bad? Was it okay? Was it good? Was it great? Or was it all time? Okay, you can go over to the second channel. I always put it over there to keep it nicely out of the way. That way it doesn't clog up this channel. But still gives us a place to put all these. And if you go over to the second channel, you can see that we've got all the previous scores. Look at all these. We'll have collected them all, and they're in a spreadsheet. And what did you think about this week's SmackDown? You can see that NXT continues to kind of be a bit middle of the road-ish. So that's where NXT was, compared to Raw, that got 64% great. You can see that even SmackDown got quite a healthy great percentage last week. Good and great last week. Great for Raw. I mean, that is so middle of the road for NXT. But what did you think about SmackDown? You can vote, and we will gather that data and put that into the spreadsheet. So we've got that. We need to just get the thoughts on the main event as well. So we'll put one little poll up, and then we will run away. I'm going to run away and just have a look. I'm just going to have a look, see what's out there. See what's being said. See what I've been tagged in. See if we need to do an unseen. If I can avoid doing it, I'll probably avoid doing it, because I'm pretty convinced it'll get outdated quite quickly. So, I'll probably just go and work on a few other little bits. But match scores. Let's get your match scores for that main event, and then we will run away. We'll run away, giggling with excitement, as we are just hours from the Elimination Chamber. Boom. Get some rest. We need you fresh. Little bit of a bit of food, bit of something to drink, little bit of a browse, see what's out there, a little bit of work. We'll be good to go. Trini said, I would say 7.5, but I'm not sure. If it's the excitement of the chamber, including my vote for the show, or the vote for my show. 6.5 says Max. Danny said 7.5. Alan said 6.25. Lilith said 6.7. Just remember, you can put your scores in the chat, but I don't record these scores. It's on that second channel. That's where I need your thoughts. It is a bind, because everyone likes to put their scores in numbers, and then you go over there and it's like you've got 5 options. So I do appreciate it is a bind. I wonder how numbers-wise it would work. All time, I feel, would be like a 9 to 10. Maybe 8.5 to 10, maybe. Great. No. What's great? I wonder if all time is 9 to 10. I wonder if great is 8 to 8.75. I wonder if good is 6 to 7.75. 7.75 feels a bit harsh for good, doesn't it? Feels a bit harsh for good. I suppose that's where you have to make a call. Is that great? Okay is 5 to 5.75. And bad, I think anything up to 4.75 is bad. If you give a show a 4, that's a bad show. If you give it a 4.5, that's a bad show. So some of these categories are a lot wider than others. I feel like all time is like 9 to 10. So the 9s, that's all time. The 8s is great. The 6s and the 7s are good. The 5s into 6s is okay. You have to make a decision yourself. And I think the 4s or below are bad. That's a rough ballpark as to how I would have it. 5s into 6s is okay. 6s, perhaps it's like 5 to 6.25 is okay. 6.5 to 7.75 is good. 8 to 8.75 is great. I reckon I could break this down so that people... I feel like I'm doing it. I feel like we're living it. What if each one had like 1.25? Give me a second. So all time would be 875 to 10. Great would be 775 to 8.5. No, I'm lost. I was doing really well. I was really excited with how well I was doing, and it's all gone wrong. It's a dark day. I feel like I could get that, because I feel like people give their number scores and they probably don't know quite where it goes. So I feel like we could align numbers to each of them. But that is, I've just decided that's a whole piece of work that doesn't need to be done live. So I felt like I was getting somewhere, and then I didn't. Elizabeth said, sadly, no Teferi on SmackDown. No Teferi on SmackDown. A great stream days. Shout out to you. I'll see you in a few hours, William. Shout out to you. Who won the Universal Championship at WrestleMania? We've not had WrestleMania yet. Eric said, just stay live. We don't need an unseen until after Elimination Chamber. Yeah, no, but the problem is with staying live is that means Elimination Chamber doesn't start for 7 hours. So that's 7 hours before Elimination Chamber even starts. Even by my excessive talking, that feels excessive, doesn't it? 7 hours of talking before we... to be honest, I'd be a bit worried about how my voice would hold up as well. If I was to talk for 7 hours after already talking for 4 hours. So I would have spoken for 11 hours before we even get to Elimination Chamber. That doesn't strike me as a good idea. So I think having a couple of hours in between the streams is probably wise. I'm going to make a wise decision. I'm going to make that decision now because we're going to end the poll. And as we said, we're going to wrap this baby up. So let's record this. So you lot said 11% thought the main event was an all-time match. 28% thought it was great. 56% thought it was good to okay. 3% thought it was bad. So we've got all the scores for the matches, and that's going to do us for this evening. Right, we are going to be back in a few hours' time. Appreciate everyone hanging out with us. I know that there was TNA going on at the moment. I know that this is a tape show. I know there's lots of people that are asleep because of waking up for Elimination Chamber. They've looked at the results for SmackDown and they're like, I'll just tune in for Chamber. So this is a weird SmackDown. It's certainly not a normal SmackDown. So yeah, a little bit of a strange one. But even so, in a few hours, we will be back with our coverage of Elimination Chamber. I'm going to have a look, see what is being said, see where the conversation is. And we will be back in a little bit with our Elimination Chamber coverage. Thanks for watching. Appreciate the support. Bye for now.